Nacho Average Love Story. A paranormal rom-com with a side of guac and giggles. By Win Valentine. I hype. Copyright 2025 by Win Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored, or transmitted in any form by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, scanning, or otherwise without written permission from the publisher. It is illegal to copy this book, post it to a website, or distribute it by any other means without permission. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities, is entirely coincidental. Win Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco. Nacho Average Love Story. Oh come on, write a rom-com with a baking contest. That's how this book started, a challenge from a friend. Then I decided for it to be more me, I needed to make it a paranormal rom-com, and I like gargoyles, so the male main character can be a gargoyle. Google search of what's a really strong rock equals banded iron formation, BIF, which I was really going to play with that name but it got better. Taconite is a sedimentary rock that contains low-grade iron ore and is mined in the United States to produce iron and steel. It's actually called taconite. How in the world do you expect me to turn away from that name? Now it's a whole thing, and this story needed to revolve around that one name. So yes, this is an absolutely fun story, written to make you laugh and just escape for a while and give you that quick dopamine hit we all love. My husband's response when I started telling him all this and how it all developed? You all aren't right. And I have no regrets. Enjoy. Chapter 1. Talk about a rough start. The morning sun painted golden stripes across Talia's workspace as she hummed an old baking charm, watching her enchanted piping bag dance through the air. The frost flowers blooming beneath its tip were possibly her best work yet, delicate crystalline petals that sparkled with just a hint of magical shimmer. Sugar and spice make everything nice, she sang softly, directing the piping bag with gentle finger movements. The cupcakes beneath its swirling tip were her new recipe, midnight velvet with moonflower essence. Perfect for the upcoming moonshadow showdown, assuming she could get the sparkle-to-sweetness ratio just right. The shop's bell chimed, not its usual tinkling melody, but a deep, resonant tone that made the magical measuring spoons hanging on her wall quiver. Talia glanced up and nearly swallowed her tongue. Taconite Ironstone was ducking through her doorway, his broad shoulders barely clearing the frame. Morning light caught the bands in his stone skin, turning the iron dark grays into mesmerizing swirls of crimson and gold. He moved with surprising grace for someone who looked like he could bench press her display case. Her piping bag gave a startled twitch, matching her jumping pulse. No. Talia lunged for it, but too late. A streak of crystalline frosting shot across her perfectly arranged cupcakes like a sugary shooting star. She caught the wayward bag, but not before it decorated her favorite apron with a spray of sparkles. Miss Ravenshade. His voice rumbled through the small shop like distant thunder, making her candy thermometers buzz in their holders. I am Taconite Ironstone, proprietor of Stonefire Tacos. Oh? Yes, nice to meet you. Talia brushed frantically at her apron, only managing to smear the frosting further. Taco? The temperature in the room plummeted faster than a souffle in an earthquake. His already stony features hardened into something that would have given marble a run for its money, jaw clenching visibly. It's tack. Right? Tack. Of course. Sorry about that. Talia felt her cheeks burning. Of all the moments for her self-cleaning counter to activate its daily routine, it chose this one. A small cloud of flour poofed up between them, like a miniature explosion in slow motion. Oh, for heaven's sake! Talia waved her hands frantically, trying to disperse the cloud. The flour settled slowly, dusting everything in a fine white powder, including Tak's impressively immobile expression. He didn't even blink. Your cleaning charm needs adjustment, he observed flatly, a single grain of flour sliding down his nose. It's usually better behaved, Talia said, grabbing a clean cloth from beneath the counter. Here, let me just... She reached up toward his face, then froze, suddenly very aware that she was about to touch a virtual stranger's nose. A very tall, very stone, very intimidating stranger's nose. Tak raised one granite eyebrow. Is there a problem? No. No problem. Just... Talia gestured vaguely with the cloth. You've got a little, everywhere actually. I've survived worse than flour. Was that the ghost of amusement in his voice? Hard to tell, his tone was as impenetrable as his skin. Talia's enchanted piping bag chose that moment to hiccup, sending a tiny glob of frosting onto Tak's shoulder. It sparkled there innocently, like a sugary epaulette. Though perhaps not worse than militant baking equipment, he added, eyeing the piping bag with what might have been concern. It's not militant, it's just enthusiastic. Talia snatched the bag out of the air and stuffed it into her apron pocket, where it squirmed like an unhappy puppy. Can I help you with something? We don't open for another hour actually. The showdown committee sent me. Tak brushed at the frosting on his shoulder, examining the sparkles now stuck to his stone fingertips. Apparently, we're to be partners. Partners? The word came out as a squeak. For the Moonshadow showdown? But that's... Talia glanced at her ruined cupcakes, the flour-covered counter and her rebellious piping bag. That's not possible. I always compete solo. As do I. His expression suggested he'd rather arm wrestle a dragon than continue this conversation. However, the committee was quite insistent. Something about fostering community spirit and breaking down barriers between traditional and modern cuisine. A glob of frosting chose that moment to drip from the ceiling. Apparently her piping bag's earlier rebellion had been more extensive than she'd realized. It landed with perfect accuracy on top of Tak's head, forming a tiny sparkly chef's hat. For a long moment, they both stared at each other in absolute silence. Then, almost imperceptibly, the corner of Tak's mouth twitched upward. Your bakery, he said gravely, seems to have strong opinions about partnerships. Talia bristled as Tak's gaze swept dismissively over her workspace. The frosting incident had barely faded when he dropped his first verbal boulder. The showdown requires precision crafting skills, he said, his tone suggesting she'd be better suited to making birthday cakes for pixie parties. My stoneworking magic needs a partner who can keep up. Heat rushed to her cheeks, and she felt her emerald eyes flash with indignation. The piping bag in her pocket gave an angry twitch. Excuse me? Magical baking isn't just throwing ingredients in a bowl and hoping for the best. It's an art. An art that produces temporary results. My crafts last centuries. Oh, really? Talia spun toward her cooling rack, where a batch of her signature starlight swirls had just finished setting. She snatched one up, the pastry gleaming with an inner light that made the sugar crystals dance like tiny stars. Try this. The warm scent of Madagascar vanilla and her secret spice blend, handed down through 4 generations of Ravenshades, wafted between them. She noticed his stone nostrils flare slightly, though he tried to hide it. I don't typically eat sweets, he rumbled. Afraid your stone teeth can't handle it? The challenge slipped out before she could stop it. His eyes narrowed, but he took the pastry. Talia held her breath as he bit into it, watching the enchanted filling swirl with galaxies of flavor. She'd perfected this recipe over months, the way the spices bloomed on the tongue, how the magic released in layers of sensation rather than all at once. For just a moment, his granite features softened. His eyes widened slightly, and she caught the tiniest MMPH of surprise. Triumph bubbled in her chest, but she forced down her smile. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction of knowing she'd noticed. "It's adequate," he managed, but the remaining pastry disappeared in 2 quick bites. "Adequate enough to keep up with your crafting?" She raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. "About the competition strategy," he deflected, brushing crystal sugar from his fingers. "I've been researching modern magical fusion techniques. If we combine contemporary stone crafting with..." "We're using my family's traditional recipes," Talia cut in. "The Ravenshade grimoire has won 3 showdowns." "In what century?" His stone lips quirked. "Magic evolves, Miss Ravenshade. The judges will expect innovation." "Innovation doesn't mean abandoning tradition." She felt her voice rising along with her frustration. Behind her, the magical ovens began to hum, their warm glow intensifying in response to her emotions. "My great-grandmother's enchanted chocolate soufflé literally makes people float with joy. And my crystalline formations can capture and amplify magical energy." He planted his hands on her marble countertop. "We need to think bigger than floating desserts." "Bigger isn't always better," she shot back, the ovens now pulsing like heartbeats. "Sometimes it's about the subtle interplay of flavors and enchantments. The way magic can enhance a moment of pure joy. The showdown isn't about moments. It's about creating something spectacular, something that will..." "Something that will what?" "Prove you're more than just a taco truck owner." The words hung in the air like smoke. Tak's expression went completely rigid, and Talia immediately wished she could stuff the comment back in her mouth along with one of her pastries. The silence stretched between them, broken only by the agitated humming of her ovens. "We should meet again tomorrow," he finally said, his voice carefully controlled. "To discuss this further." "Fine. After the morning rush?" Talia suggested, trying to keep her own voice steady. He nodded curtly and turned to leave. As the bell chimed his departure, Talia slumped against her counter, then noticed something that made her stomach drop. Where Tak's hands had been gripping the marble, tiny cracks spider-webbed across the surface like frozen lightning. She ran her fingers over the fissures, feeling the lingering warmth of his touch in the stone. Great. Now she had a damaged counter, an impossible partner, and the biggest competition of the year looming over her head like a storm cloud made of fondant. Her piping bag poked its tip out of her pocket and gave what sounded suspiciously like a sympathetic squirt. "Oh hush," she muttered, but gave it a gentle pat anyway. "We'll figure something out. We have to." Tak adjusted the enchanted flame beneath his flat-top grill, his stone fingers dancing across the temperature controls with practiced ease. The morning prep work always centered him, gave him time to think. Not that he needed to think about yesterday's awkward meeting at Bewitched Bakes, or the way Talia Ravenshade's emerald eyes had sparked with challenge when she'd learned they'd be partners. Definitely not thinking about that. He focused instead on the sizzle of marinating meat hitting the hot surface, the precise arrangement of his mise en place, each ingredient in its place like a soldier ready for battle. The lunch rush would start soon, and a flash of wild dark curls in the crowd caught his eye. Tak's hand stilled over the grill. Talia weaved through the growing line of customers, her baker's apron still tied around her waist and dusted with what looked like powdered sugar. She stopped in front of his menu board, and he found himself watching her reaction more intently than he'd care to admit. Her nose scrunched up as she read, and Tak felt an unfamiliar urge to defend his menu's puns. They weren't that bad. Gargoyles grilled asada was clever. Even stone-cold stunning pescado had earned him a few chuckles from regulars. "Your menu's almost as cheesy as your queso," Talia called through the window, but there was a hint of amusement in her voice that hadn't been there yesterday. "Says the woman who named her cinnamon rolls spellbinding swirls," he countered, keeping his expression neutral despite the way his lips wanted to twitch upward. "That's different. Mine's magical wordplay. Yours are just..." She waved her hand at the board. "Taco puns. You gonna order something, Ravenshade, or just critique my marketing strategy?" The magical flames beneath his grill flickered higher as she leaned into the window, close enough that he caught the sweet vanilla and sugar scent clinging to her hair. It clashed wonderfully with the smoky cumin and chili-laden air of his truck. "Fine. One gargoyle's grilled asada," she said. "Since you seem so proud of it." Tak turned quickly to adjust the suddenly overenthusiastic flames, grateful his stone skin couldn't betray a blush. $7.50. When she handed over the money, their fingers brushed. A spark of magic jolted between them, and the stack of fresh tortillas to his left suddenly decided to defy gravity. Tak snatched them out of the air before they could float away, painfully aware of Talia's widened eyes. "Static," he muttered, though they both knew better. Magic didn't just act up randomly like that, especially not around two experienced food crafters. He threw himself into preparing her order, letting muscle memory take over. Slice the perfectly grilled meat against the grain. Layer the doubled-up corn tortillas. Add just enough onion and cilantro to complement without overwhelming. A splash of his house-made salsa roja, a squeeze of lime. He could feel Talia watching his every move, probably comparing his technique to whatever she'd expected from a gargoyle running a taco truck. His stone hands moved with the same precision they used for carving, each motion refined through years of practice. "You press your own tortillas," she observed, nodding toward the comal where fresh rounds of masa puffed gently. "Every morning? And that salsa, you roast the chilies first?" "Over mesquite." He wrapped her taco in paper with a practiced twist. "Any other trade secrets you're after?" "Please." She accepted the taco with a grin that did funny things to his chest. "I could reverse engineer your entire menu if I wanted to." "Could you now?" "MMHMM." She took a bite, and Tak definitely didn't hold his breath waiting for her reaction. Her eyes widened slightly, and he felt a ridiculous surge of pride. "Well," he prompted when she didn't immediately speak. "It's..." She swallowed, then lifted her chin. "It's adequate." A laugh rumbled in his chest before he could stop it. "Adequate?" For a gargoyle who named a fish taco stone-cold stunning. But she took another bite immediately, undermining her criticism. The growing line of customers shifted impatiently behind her, and Talia glanced over her shoulder. "I should let you get back to work. But this conversation isn't over, Ironstone. We still need to figure out what we're making for the showdown." "Looking forward to it," he said dryly, though part of him actually was. She turned to leave, then paused. "Oh, and Tak. The asada's better than adequate. But don't let it go to your head." He watched her walk away, curls bouncing, still clutching his taco. The magical flames beneath his grill settled back to their normal height, and Tak returned to his prep work, definitely not smiling to himself. The lunch rush was about to begin, and he had tacos to make. If he spent the next few hours thinking about the way Talia's eyes had lit up at that first bite, well, that was nobody's business but his own. Tak had just handed over another order when Talia's voice cut through the lunch rush chatter. "The cilantro goes on after the salsa, not before." He looked up to find her still standing there, examining her half-eaten taco with the intensity of a potions master analyzing a complex brew. "Excuse me?" "The cilantro." She pointed to the offending herbs. "It should be the final touch, letting it rest on top where it can properly present itself. This is just..." She waved the taco demonstratively. "Buried potential." A few customers in line leaned forward, suddenly invested in what had become an impromptu culinary critique. Tak crossed his arms, stone muscles flexing. "The cilantro needs to meld with the meat's juices. It's about layering flavors, not presentation. But the visual appeal is secondary to taste." He grabbed a fresh tortilla, determined to prove his point. "Watch." The magical flames danced higher as he assembled a new taco with practiced precision. The cilantro goes down with the onions, creating a bed for the meat. Then the salsa adds heat and acid on top, bringing everything together. "That's not how my abuela," Talia started, then caught herself with a grin. "Oh," pulling out the demonstration taco. "Someone's feeling defensive." Tak felt a familiar warmth creep across his stone skin, and he knew the telltale golden highlights were appearing in his granite gray complexion. He turned quickly toward the grill, pretending to check the temperature. Not defensive. Educational, he corrected, hoping she hadn't noticed the change. There's a science to proper taco construction. A young witch in line giggled. Is this what they mean by food fights? More like a professional difference of opinion, Talia said, but her eyes sparkled with mischief. She took another bite of her taco, and despite her criticism, Tak noticed she closed her eyes for a moment, savoring. When she opened them again, there was a reluctant appreciation there that made his chest tighten. Fine, she admitted. Your cilantro placement might have some merit. But about the showdown. We're not doing dessert tacos, he said quickly, recognizing the gleam in her eye. But think about it. Cinnamon sugar tortilla shells, filled with magical cream that changes flavors as you eat, topped with crystallized herb garnishes that sparkle like gemstones. Tak's brow furrowed deeper with each suggestion. Absolutely not. Okay, then what about taco-shaped cookies? We could? No. Churro tacos? That's not even a taco anymore. Taco ice cream sandwiches with raven shade. He pinched the bridge of his nose, but couldn't quite suppress the amused twitch of his lips. We're not turning tacos into dessert. Party pooper, she teased, finishing her taco. We need something spectacular. Something that combines both our strengths. As if responding to their conversation, the magical grill beneath Tak's latest batch of tortillas flared. When he flipped them, his eyes widened. Each perfectly charred mark was unmistakably heart-shaped. A customer pointed. Oh, how cute. Tak quickly moved the tortillas aside, but not before Talia spotted them. Her delighted laugh made his golden highlights flare brighter. Even your grill thinks we should collaborate, she said, eyes dancing. Come on, Taco, where's your sense of adventure? The nickname hit him like a splash of cold water. His fingers tightened around his spatula, leaving permanent indentations in the handle. Don't call me that. What, Taco? But it suits you so well. She gathered her things, still grinning. Think about the fusion ideas. I'll be back tomorrow with more suggestions. Tak watched her weave through the crowd, her wild curls bouncing with each step. The grill was still producing heart-shaped char marks, and he could feel the golden highlights refusing to fade from his skin. Despite himself, despite the mangled spatula in his hand and the ridiculous tortillas, he found his lips curving into a small smile. Orders up, he called, turning back to his waiting customers. But the smile lingered, stubborn as the hearts on his grill, as he worked through the lunch rush. The spatula's handle would need replacing, though. He'd have to remember to blame Talia for that when she came back tomorrow. If he was looking forward to that return visit, well, that was just professional courtesy. Nothing to do with the way her eyes lit up when she smiled, or how the air seemed to spark with possibility when she was near. Nothing at all. Talia's heart fluttered like a trapped pixie as she made her way through the packed town square. She tugged at her favorite lavender apron, the one with tiny dancing cupcakes embroidered along the hem, and wished she'd chosen something more professional for the competition announcement. Around her, magical banners swooped and twirled overhead, casting kaleidoscope shadows that danced across the ancient cobblestones. Nice apron, Ravenshade, a voice called out. Very cute. She recognized Maggie Greenthorn's saccharine tone and chose to focus instead on scanning the crowd. That's when she spotted him. Tak stood near the back, impossible to miss with his broad stone shoulders rising above the sea of heads. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and she could have sworn the corner of his mouth twitched upward before a shower of iridescent sparkles exploded above the crowd. Ladies, gentlemen, and magical beings of all realms. Mayor Brightspark's voice rang out as she descended from seemingly nowhere, her wings catching the afternoon light in a dazzling display. Her heels threw miniature rainbow explosions with each tap against invisible air, and her golden braids writhed like elegant serpents. Welcome to the annual Moon Shadow Showdown announcement. Talia found herself drifting toward Tak, drawn to his unmovable presence like a ship to anchor. The mayor's enchanted microphone let out a musical trill as she adjusted it. As you know, Brightspark continued, her wings fluttering with barely contained excitement, this competition has always celebrated the unique flavors and magical mastery of our beloved town. But this year? She paused dramatically, and Talia swore the woman's suit actually sparkled in tune with her words. This year, we're raising the stakes. Talia inched closer to Tak, until she could feel the subtle warmth radiating from his stone skin. It was oddly comforting, like standing next to a sun-warmed boulder. The winning team, Mayor Brightspark announced, her voice rising with theatrical flair, will receive an unprecedented magical enhancement to both of their crafts. Imagine, dear contestants, your creative powers amplified beyond your wildest dreams. The crowd erupted in excited whispers. Talia's mind raced with possibilities, enhanced rising spells for her soufflés, self-frosting cupcakes, cookies that could actually dance instead of just shimmy. But first, the mayor's voice cut through the murmurs, you must prove yourselves worthy. Her braids coiled with anticipation. Each team must create a display combining their culinary specialties while incorporating 3 mandatory magical elements. Talia felt her throat tighten. Combining baked goods with tacos? She glanced sideways at Tak, whose expression remained unreadable as granite. First, Brightspark held up a glowing finger. Living light, your creations must illuminate with their own magical radiance. A second finger joined the first. Second, enchanted motion. Static displays simply won't cut it this year, darlings. Her third finger rose dramatically. And finally, taste-triggered transformations. Every bite should be a magical revelation. The crowd gasped collectively. Talia's hands began to tremble as she mentally cataloged every transformation spell she knew. None of them seemed quite right for food. Remember, the mayor's voice took on a more serious tone, this competition isn't just about personal glory. Your family reputations, your standing in our magical community, your very businesses, all will be profoundly impacted by the outcome of this showdown. Talia's fingers twisted in her apron. The Ravenshade name had been synonymous with magical baking excellence for generations. Her grandmother had won the Moonshadow Showdown 3 times. Her mother had. A warm, solid presence pressed ever so slightly against her shoulder. Tak had shifted closer, his stone arm barely touching hers, but somehow that tiny point of contact helped steady her racing thoughts. She released her death grip on her apron and took a deep breath. The competition begins in 3 days. Mayor Brightspark announced, spreading her wings wide. May the best magical partnership prevail. With another shower of sparkles, she ascended into the air, her heels leaving tiny rainbow afterimages as she twirled away. The crowd burst into excited chatter, but Talia remained frozen, hyper-aware of Tak's presence beside her. Without looking at him, she murmured, so, any experience with taste-triggered transformation spells? About as much as you have with enchanted salsa, he replied, his deep voice rumbling with what might have been amusement. That's what I was afraid of. Talia finally turned to face him, finding unexpected comfort in his steady gaze. Want to grab a coffee and start plotting how to make tacos and cupcakes play nice together? Only if you promise not to suggest taco-flavored frosting. Please, Talia rolled her eyes, feeling some of her usual spark return. Give me some credit. I was thinking more along the lines of churro cupcakes with Mexican chocolate ganache. Was that an actual smile, tugging at his stone lips? Before she could be sure, he had already turned toward the edge of the square. Come on, Ravenshade. We've got work to do. Talia had barely processed the initial announcement when Mayor Brightspark swooped back down, her iridescent wings creating mini whirlwinds that sent several nearby hats flying. Speaking of partnerships, the mayor's voice dripped with honey-sweet interest, I simply must draw attention to our most intriguing pairing this year. Her perfectly manicured finger pointed directly at Talia and Tak. The delicate art of magical baking meets the bold flavors of enchanted street food. What a deliciously unexpected combination. Heat crept up Talia's neck as dozens of faces turned their way. She heard the whispers start immediately. The Ravenshade girl? With the gargoyle from that taco truck? Well, that's different. Now, Brightspark continued, her smile growing impossibly wider. Sometimes the most unlikely ingredients create the most spectacular results. She snapped her fingers, and the air above the square shimmered. Let's see where our teams stand, shall we? A massive magical scoreboard materialized, floating names appearing in elegant script. Talia's heart sank as she spotted their names near the bottom, just above Herbert's haunted hot dogs and Minerva's mystical mints. A pairing that made her slightly queasy just thinking about it. Current rankings are based on previous collaborative experiences and established magical synergy, the mayor explained, her braids twisting with satisfaction at the crowd's renewed murmuring. Talia fumbled in her apron pocket for her enchanted recipe book, a family heirloom that her grandmother had enhanced with infinite pages and self-organizing chapters. The leather-bound book sprung open eagerly, fresh pages materializing as she began scribbling frantically. Next to her, Tack remained motionless, his stone features set in careful concentration as Brightspark detailed the technical requirements. The living light element must pulse in harmony with your creation's magical signature, the mayor demonstrated with a flourish. Like this? She conjured a simple table setting that suddenly erupted with golden sparkles. The ordinary plates and cutlery transformed into shimmering butterflies that danced through the air, leaving trails of luminescent dust in their wake. The crowd gasped in appreciation. Oh! Talia grabbed Tack's arm without thinking, her mind exploding with possibilities. What if we could make your salsa glow like liquid rubies and then my pastries could? She froze, realizing she was clutching his surprisingly warm stone bicep. Sorry, she whispered, quickly letting go. "'S-okay," he murmured, and she could have sworn she saw the corners of his mouth twitch again. Time, of course, is of the essence, Brightspark continued, either oblivious to or deliberately ignoring their interaction. You'll have precisely 3 days to perfect your creation, before the live demonstration. 3 days? Talia's voice came out as a squeak. The magical bunting above their heads began to flutter wildly, responding to her spike of anxiety. A few of the paper lanterns started spinning in dizzy circles, and a nearby enchanted banner tied itself into a nervous knot. "Breathe, Ravenshade," Tack whispered, his deep voice oddly soothing. "We've got this." "Do we?" she hissed back, trying to still her trembling hands. "Because last time I checked, neither of us had ever attempted taste-triggered transformations, and now we have to combine them with living light spells and we'll figure it out," he cut in firmly. "One step at a time." The mayor's voice rose for her grand finale. "Remember, in the Moonshadow Showdown, perfection isn't just expected, it's mandatory." Her wings spread wide, catching the light like prisms. "Good luck to all our competitors. May your magic be bright, and your creation spectacular." As the crowd began to disperse, Talia turned to face Tack fully. His obsidian eyes met hers, and she saw her own mix of determination and apprehension reflected in their depths. Neither spoke for a moment, both aware of the mountain they'd have to climb together. The enchanted recipe book in her hands gave an encouraging flutter, its pages rustling with potential ideas. Around them, the square gradually emptied, leaving behind only the gentle glow of magical decorations and the lingering sparkles from the mayor's demonstration. "So," Talia finally broke the silence, clutching her recipe book like a lifeline, "I guess we should start planning?" "I know a quiet cafe around the corner," Tack offered. "Better than standing here while Brightspark's butterflies keep trying to land in your hair." Talia reached up automatically and found that indeed one of the transformed butterflies had nestled into her curls, its wings still glowing faintly. "Oh, for crying out," she gently shooed it away, earning what she was almost certain was a chuckle from her stone-faced partner. Chapter 2: Nacho Ordinary Mishaps. Talia hurried through the empty corridors of the competition kitchen, her arms loaded with bags of magical ingredients, and her grandmother's enchanted recipe book tucked safely in her apron pocket. The sun hadn't even risen yet, but she was determined to get an early start on their practice session. She pushed open the heavy oak door with her hip, ready to claim the best workstation, only to stop short. Tack was already there, his broad shoulders silhouetted against the kitchen's ambient magical lighting. The warm glow played across his stone skin in mesmerizing patterns, highlighting the bands of iron and gold that swirled through his mineral features. "Morning," he rumbled, not looking up from where he was arranging an impressive collection of crafting tools with military precision. "You're early," she managed, trying not to sound as flustered as she felt. The magical lighting seemed to dance more energetically around him, casting shifting shadows that made him look almost alive with movement even when perfectly still. "Couldn't sleep?" He shrugged, the motion fluid despite his stone composition. "Thought I'd get everything set up." Talia began unpacking her own supplies, carefully placing her enchanted mixing bowls on the counter. The moment the third bowl touched the surface, all three started to spin like deranged tops. "Oh no no no." She lunged for them, but they whirled faster, her baking charms clearly reacting to whatever crafting magic Tak had already laid down. The smallest bowl broke free, pirouetting through the air like a ceramic ballet dancer. Tak moved with surprising grace for someone made of stone, reaching for the wayward bowl. His fingers almost caught it, but the bowl twirled away at the last second, leaving him directly in the path of Talia's bag of specialty flour. The bag burst on impact, covering him in a fine white powder that created delightful zebra-like stripes across his mineral features. Talia pressed her lips together, trying desperately not to laugh. A snort escaped anyway. "Something funny, Ravenshade?" He raised one flour-dusted eyebrow. "No, not at all," she managed, though her voice quivered with suppressed mirth. You look like a marble statue in a very neglected museum." "Better than looking like a sugar-dusted disaster," he replied, nodding at her perpetually flour-covered apron. "At least flour is supposed to be on my clothes." She finally caught the spinning bowl and set it firmly on the counter. "Okay, let's try this properly. My self-measuring spoons are usually very well behaved." The spoons in question lined up eagerly at her words, their enchanted handles gleaming. Tak pulled out his prized crafting knife, its blade catching the magical light. "On 3, he suggested. "We'll combine your spice blend with my filling base." 1. Talia held her breath. 2. The spoons quivered with anticipation. 3. The moment Tak's knife touched the cutting board, the spoons went berserk. They clashed with the knife's crafting magic, creating a miniature tornado of spices and pre-measured ingredients. Cinnamon and cumin danced together in the air, while chili powder rained down like spicy confetti. "Duck," Talia called, pulling Tak down just as a particularly enthusiastic spoon launched a perfect measure of paprika over their heads. The magical heat regulators chose that exact moment to go haywire. Talia watched in horror as her carefully prepared pastry dough began to bubble and rise like a living thing, while Tak's filling crystallized into something resembling a very ambitious ice sculpture. The temperature's completely wrong. She scrambled to reach the control panel, bumping straight into Tak's solid chest as he had the same idea. A spark of magic crackled between them, and suddenly all the wooden spoons in their vicinity started performing an impromptu conga line. "Sorry," they said in unison, stepping away from each other only to collide again as they both reached for the rapidly freezing filling. This time, the spark sent nearby eggs floating dreamily toward the ceiling like helium balloons. "Left," Talia called out, trying to coordinate their movements. Instead, they both went left, creating another collision that made the measuring cups stack themselves into a wobbly tower. "Your left or my left?" Tak asked, a hint of frustration creeping into his usually stoic voice. "Does it matter?" Talia gestured wildly at the chaos around them. "Everything's either frozen solid or about to explode." They made one final attempt to reach the temperature controls, moving in perfect synchronization for once, only to trip over Tak's crafting tools, which had decided to reorganize themselves into a spiral pattern on the floor. Talia stumbled forward, and Tak caught her arm to steady her. The resulting magical spark sent every whisk in the kitchen spinning like tiny helicopter blades. "Maybe," Tak said carefully, still holding her arm as whisks whirred overhead, "we should try this again. After we figure out why our magic is acting like oil and water." "Or like cinnamon and fish sauce," Talia agreed, watching as her pastry dough finally stopped its ambitious attempt to escape its bowl. She became acutely aware that Tack hadn't let go of her arm, and that his stone skin was surprisingly warm to the touch. Another small spark crackled between them, and a nearby spatula began serenading them with what sounded suspiciously like a love song. Talia grabbed her enchanted piping bag, determined to salvage something from this chaotic practice session. The special buttercream she'd infused with moonflower essence should have created delicate shimmering patterns. Instead, the bag wiggled in her hands like a defiant snake. "Come on, work with me here," she muttered, applying gentle pressure. The frosting emerged in elegant script, but not the design she'd intended. "Need more practice, honey," appeared across her cake in perfect cursive. "Excuse me?" Talia glared at the piping bag. "I've won 3 regional baking competitions." The bag squirted again. "Maybe stick to cupcakes?" From across the kitchen, she heard an unexpected burst of mariachi music. Tack had picked up one of his crafting molds, and the metal was vibrating with the enthusiastic rendition of La Cucaracha. "Not again?" His jaw clenched as he set down the mold, only for another one to start up with El Jarabe Tapatio. "Having some musical difficulties?" Talia couldn't help asking, trying to hide her smile. "They're supposed to be precision instruments," he growled, picking up a third mold that immediately joined the impromptu concert. "Not a traveling band." Her piping bag chose that moment to add, "At least he's got rhythm," across her workspace. "Oh, shut up," she told it, stuffing the bag into her apron pocket where it continued to squirm indignantly. Talia reached for her trusty whisk, hoping to at least start on the filling. The moment her fingers touched the handle, it shot straight up into the air. Simultaneously, Tack's tortilla press broke free from its station, floating upward like a metallic butterfly. "Watch out," she called, but it was too late. The two implements collided with a resonating bomb, creating a spectacular explosion of flour and corn masa. The ingredients rained down like edible snow, coating everything in a fine, pale powder. "Your whisk has terrible aim," Tack said, brushing flour from his shoulders. "Well, your tortilla press started it," Talia retorted, then sneezed as masa dust tickled her nose. It was clearly flying in a no-press zone. She moved to grab some measuring cups for her next attempt, only to find them tangled together like a metal puzzle. Tack stepped closer to help, his large hands surprisingly nimble as they worked to separate the cups. "This one goes through here," he murmured, his voice rumbling close to her ear. The kitchen lights suddenly dimmed, casting everything in a soft, intimate glow. Talia became acutely aware of how close they were standing, how the magical light played across his stone features, softening them. A corn masa handprint on his cheek somehow made him look less intimidating and more charming. "There's something on your..." She reached up without thinking, her fingers brushing his cheek. The measuring cups chimed softly like tiny bells. A mechanical whirring sound broke the moment. The kitchen's self-cleaning enchantment had activated, sending an army of mops and brushes charging toward them like overeager puppies. "No, no, no." Talia spun away from Tack, lunging for her half-finished cake. "It's not time yet." A particularly aggressive mop wrapped around her ankle, trying to sweep underneath her. She hopped awkwardly, holding her cake plate high above her head. Tack wasn't faring much better. A scrub brush had taken a liking to his stone skin, apparently determined to polish him to a high shine. He batted it away, only for 2 more to take its place. "Behind you," Talia called out, watching a mop sneaking up on him with suspicious intent. Tack ducked, but the mop was faster, whacking him playfully on the head. The flour puff that resulted made him look like a very disgruntled snowman. Something about his expression, dignified despite being attacked by cleaning implements and covered in baking ingredients, broke through Talia's frustration. A giggle escaped her lips. Tack looked at her, his usual stoic expression cracking as the corners of his mouth twitched upward. Then a brush zoomed past, leaving a streak of soap bubbles in his hair, and his deep chuckle finally broke free. The sound resonated through the kitchen, rich and warm like fresh-baked bread. Every utensil in the room vibrated in harmony, creating an oddly musical accompaniment to their laughter. Even the militant cleaning supplies paused in their assault, swaying slightly to the sound. "We're a disaster," Talia gasped between laughs, gesturing at their flour-covered clothes and the chaos surrounding them. "A complete catastrophe," Tak agreed, his usual granite expression replaced by a genuine smile that transformed his entire face. "But at least we're failing spectacularly." The piping bag chose that moment to poke out of Talia's pocket and write "Now Kiss" in the air with floating frosting letters. Talia stuffed it back into her pocket, her cheeks burning hotter than her enchanted oven. But she couldn't help noticing that Tak's smile didn't fade, even as a determined mop resumed its attack on his legs. Talia measured out a pinch of enchanted cilantro, trying to focus on the delicate green leaves rather than the way Tak's presence seemed to fill the kitchen. After their chaotic morning practice session and that almost moment, the air between them crackled with unspoken tension. She snuck a glance at him, methodically dicing tomatoes, his stone features set in careful concentration. The kitchen still hadn't fully recovered from their earlier mishaps. Every few minutes, a whisk would give a little twitch, or a measuring cup would hum a few bars of an unnamed tune. Her usually reliable mortar and pestle kept sliding slightly to the left whenever she wasn't looking, as if trying to inch closer to Tak's workspace. "The secret is in the timing," Tak murmured more to himself than to her. He added precisely measured amounts of magical jalapenos to his salsa mixture, each pepper releasing tiny sparks as it hit the bowl. Talia nodded, returning her attention to her guacamole. She'd selected perfectly ripened avocados enhanced with moonlight essence, their flesh practically glowing with potential. As she reached for the mortar and pestle to grind her spice blend, her hand collided with Tak's stone fingers. A spark jumped between them, sharp and bright as lightning. The avocados in her bowl immediately began to pulse with an otherworldly green luminescence, while Tak's tomatoes answered with a rhythmic red glow that matched the beating of her heart. "That's different," Talia said, pulling her hand back quickly. Her skin tingled where they'd touched. "The magical resonance must be stronger than we anticipated," Tak replied, but he didn't sound entirely convinced. They worked in silence for a few minutes, stealing glances when they thought the other wasn't looking. When it came time to combine their creations, Talia held her breath. The moment Tak's salsa touched her guacamole, the mixture began to swirl of its own accord, red and green spinning together like a festive whirlpool. "Is it supposed to do that?" she asked, watching flames dance across the surface of the salsa while her guacamole developed an iridescent sheen remarkably similar to Tak's skin in sunlight. "Definitely not," he answered, taking a step closer to examine the phenomenon. The bowl suddenly lifted off the counter, spinning faster as their combined ingredients threw off sparks in every color of the rainbow. Some of the sparks formed tiny shooting stars that zoomed around the kitchen, leaving trails of spicy sweet aromas in their wake. "Talia!" Tak's arm swept around her waist, pulling her behind his broad frame as the mixture rose higher, now whirling like a miniature tornado. His stone skin felt warm against her palms as she gripped his shoulders, peering around him at the magical maelstrom. The air filled with the scent of roasted peppers and lime, building to an intensity that made her eyes water. Just when she thought the pressure might shatter every window in the kitchen, there was a tremendous pop. A shower of enchanted spices rained down around them, as two small figures burst forth from the spinning bowl. The first emerged in a flash of spicy flames, temporarily illuminating the kitchen like a miniature sun. The second materialized in a swirl of creamy green energy that reminded Talia of the northern lights. As the chaos settled, she found herself staring at two tiny imps hovering above the counter. The first crackled with energy, his hair made of dancing flames that cast flickering shadows on the walls. The second adjusted his delicate tortilla chip wings with all the attitude of a runway model, his avocado pit eyes gleaming with mischief. They sized each other up like two gunslingers at high noon, neither willing to back down. The fiery one's flame hair sparked aggressively, while the green one made a show of buffing his nails against his chest. "This kitchen isn't big enough for two dips," the green imp declared, striking a pose that would have made any diva proud. "Oh honey," the flame-haired imp shot back, This kitchen isn't big enough for your ego alone." He punctuated his statement with a tiny burst of salsa-scented flames. Talia realized she was still holding onto Tak's shoulders and quickly stepped back, though she immediately missed his warmth. "Did we just accidentally create life?" "I believe we did," Tak answered, sounding equally stunned. "Though I've never heard of imps forming from enchanted food before." "That's because we're one of a kind, darling," the green imp preened, executing a perfect aerial pirouette. "I am Smasher, the most fabulous guacamole imp ever to grace this or any other kitchen." Pico, the fiery one, introduced himself with a mock bow that sent sparks showering onto the counter. "And I'm about to be the only dip in town." He flicked a tiny fireball at Smasher, who deflected it with a graceful flap of his tortilla chip wings. "Please don't set my kitchen on fire," Talia said quickly, reaching for her wand. But before she could cast a containment spell, both imps zoomed up to the ceiling, engaged in what appeared to be an elaborate aerial dance-off. "Show off," Pico called down, executing a perfect flame-powered backflip. "Amateur," Smasher retorted, spinning so fast his wings created a brief guacamole-scented whirlwind. Talia felt Tak's presence at her shoulder as they watched their magical creations circle each other like highly competitive hummingbirds. "Well," she said, "I guess this adds a whole new meaning to fusion cuisine." His low chuckle rumbled through her, and she could have sworn she saw both imps pause mid-flight, their magical essence briefly pulsing stronger in response to their creator's shared moment of amusement. Talia barely had time to process the existence of their magical creations before chaos erupted. Pico shot across the kitchen like a spicy meteor, leaving trails of burning salsa in his wake. The scent of scorched peppers filled the air as droplets of magical condiment sizzled against her pristine countertops. "Oh no, not the copper pots," she yelped as Smasher retaliated, launching perfectly spherical globs of guacamole with the precision of an artillery expert. The green projectiles splattered against the walls in artistic patterns that might have been impressive if they weren't destroying her kitchen. A particularly fierce volley of competing dips forced her to duck behind the center island. She found herself pressed against Tak's solid form as they took cover, his stone skin surprisingly warm through his shirt. "Sorry?" she mumbled, trying to ignore how his presence made her pulse quicken. "Don't be," he replied, then quickly added, "Look out." They ducked lower as a wave of magical energy rippled through the kitchen. The fresh ingredients on the counter began to transform. Bunches of cilantro unfurled into tiny dancing leaves that performed an intricate salsa routine, while the onions started literally crying, their tears creating small puddles on the cutting board. "This is..." Talia watched in fascination as a lime did a backflip into a bowl of chips. "Actually kind of amazing." Horror at the mess warred with professional curiosity about the unique magical properties their combined powers had created. Tak straightened up, his expression settling into determined lines. "Amazing or not, we need to contain this." He raised his hands, stone fingers glowing with crafting magic as he attempted to create a barrier around the feuding imps. Pico immediately abandoned his aerial battle to perch on Tak's broad shoulder, mimicking his stern expression with exaggerated gravity. The tiny imp crossed his arms and furrowed his fiery brow, looking like a miniature version of his creator's stoic demeanor. "Oh, the drama!" Smasher exclaimed, throwing himself backward onto a floating whisk with all the flair of a soap opera star. "The betrayal? To think our own creators would try to cage our magnificent spirits." He pressed the back of his hand to his forehead, somehow managing to make his avocado pit eyes water convincingly. "Enough." Talia pulled out her wand, attempting to cast a binding spell she often used on overenthusiastic magical mixing bowls. The purple energy wrapped around the imps like ribbons, but instead of containing them, it seemed to energize them further. Pico and Smasher locked eyes across the kitchen, and for the first time since their creation, they appeared to be in perfect agreement. They shot toward each other, spinning faster and faster, until they created a swirling vortex of red and green energy. The combined magic filled the air with an aroma so mouth-watering that Talia's stomach growled despite the chaos. "That's Actually incredible, she admitted, watching the perfectly balanced flavors dance through the air. The magical fusion reminded her of the way her mother used to describe truly transcendent cooking, when ingredients stopped being separate elements and became something entirely new and wonderful. The vortex dissipated, leaving both imps hovering near the magical ovens, which had begun humming in harmony with their energy. The sound reminded Talia of a perfectly tuned orchestra warming up, each note complementing the others in unexpected ways. As she watched Pico and Smasher trade increasingly elaborate insults, something clicked in her mind. Their dynamic, the constant bickering, the reluctant admiration, the way they brought out both the best and worst in each other, it all seemed strangely familiar. "They're just like us," she blurted out, then felt heat rise to her cheeks as Tack turned to look at her. "I mean, like we were. At first. With the rivalry and she gestured vaguely, hoping he wouldn't notice her blush. Understanding dawned in his obsidian eyes, and the corner of his mouth lifted in that subtle half-smile that always made her heart skip. "You might be right." Above them, the imps seemed to be reaching their own accord. Pico claimed the spice rack as his throne, arranging the bottles to create a fiery display worthy of his dramatic personality. Smasher, meanwhile, transformed a corner of the counter into a luxury lounge using dish towels and overturned bowls. "This side," Smasher declared, gesturing to his half of the kitchen with a regal wave, "is now the guacamole empire. Cross this line at your peril, darling." He drew an invisible boundary with his toe, then added a few artistic flourishes for good measure. "Fine by me," Pico shot back, reclining on his spice rack throne. "The Salsa Kingdom hereby declares a temporary ceasefire. Emphasis on temporary." A tiny flame flickered above his head like a crown. Talia caught Tack's eye and found him already looking at her, amusement softening his stony features. She felt that same spark of connection they'd shared when their magic first combined, but this time it felt less like chaos and more like possibility. "Well," she said, surveying the disaster zone that was her kitchen, "I guess we should start cleaning up." She paused, watching as Pico absently fixed a crooked cinnamon stick, while Smasher straightened a stack of mixing bowls with surprising care. "Though maybe our little troublemakers aren't entirely hopeless." Tack hurried through the back door of Bewitched Bakes, still adjusting his flour-dusted apron from the lunch rush. The sound of crashing spice jars and Talia's exasperated yelp pulled him up short. "Get back here, you little hot sauce menace." A familiar cackle echoed through the kitchen as Pico zoomed past, his flame hair leaving tiny sparks in his wake. The salsa imp clutched a jar of carefully measured ghost peppers, sprinkling them with what looked suspiciously like magical enhancement powder. "But they're so boring?" Pico whined, doing a loop-de-loop around a floating whisk. "I'm just adding a little kick." He punctuated the word with a tiny fireball that turned another jar of mild chilies into something that made Tack's stone nose twitch from across the room. "A little kick?" Talia sneezed, sending a shower of rainbow glitter into the air. "The last batch made my magical measuring spoons melt." Tack stepped forward to help, but movement near the enchanted flour storage caught his eye. Smasher crouched behind the bins, his chunky green form barely concealed as his tortilla chip wings quivered with barely contained glee. The guacamole imp's avocado pit eyes gleamed as he fiddled with something at the base of the containers. "Talia," Tack started, his gravelly voice carrying a note of warning. "I think we have another." "Oh no you don't." Talia lunged for Pico, who squealed and dove between floating cookie sheets. The imp's escape sent a cascade of spicy sparkles raining down, and Tack couldn't help the slight upturn of his stone lips as Talia sneezed again, this time producing heart-shaped glitter that danced in the air. "Having trouble containing your little creation?" Tack asked, trying to maintain his stoic expression even as Talia shot him a glare that could have melted butter. "I don't see you helping, Mr. I never smile because it might crack my face," she retorted, making another grab for Pico. "Actually," Tack drawled, crossing his arms, "I was about to warn you about ladies, gentlemen, and magical mishaps." Smasher's voice rang out with theatrical flair. "Prepare for a performance that will bring down the house and the flour." The imp struck a pose worthy of a telenovela star. Tak moved before he could think, his stone body responding to an instinct he hadn't known he possessed. He reached Talia just as Smasher triggered his trap, pulling her against his chest as the flower bins erupted in perfect sequence. The magical powder shot upward in graceful arcs before raining down like edible confetti. "That's what I call a powder room," Smasher declared, taking an elaborate bow. Tak became acutely aware of several things at once. The softness of Talia pressed against him, the way his usually cool stone skin felt oddly warm, and the distinct sound of the magical ovens beginning to hum what suspiciously resembled "Can't Help Falling in Love." Talia mumbled against his chest, her words slightly muffled. "Thanks for the save." "Don't mention it," Tak managed, trying to ignore how the ovens had switched to a jazzier love ballad. A whoop of delight drew their attention upward. Pico had somehow managed to land on Smasher's shoulders, the two former rivals now wearing matching expressions of unholy glee. "Hey Smash," Pico called down, his flame hair crackling with excitement. "Remember how you said my salsa wasn't worthy of being called a condiment? Remember how you said my guacamole looked like swamp sludge?" Smasher replied, his wings fluttering as he rose higher. "Truce?" Pico suggested, already using his magic to lift various ingredients into the air. "Truce," Smasher agreed, adding his own power to the mix. "After all, why fight each other when we can fight everyone?" "Oh no," Talia breathed, still haven't stepped away from Tak's protective embrace. "They're working together." "Is that bad?" Tak asked, watching as eggs began to orbit around the imps like tiny satellites. A glob of magically enhanced guacamole whizzed past his head, barely missing his ear. "That answer your question?" Talia grabbed his hand, pulling him behind a counter as more ingredients took flight. "When those two cooperate, it usually means..." "Food fight," the imps shouted in unison, launching their airborne arsenal. The kitchen erupted into chaos, as enchanted ingredients flew in every direction. Tak found himself ducking behind mixing bowls with Talia, both of them covered in flour, and trying not to laugh as their magical creations conducted what looked like a synchronized swimming routine with the kitchen supplies. The ovens, apparently deciding the moment needed a soundtrack, began humming "Food, Glorious Food" with suspicious enthusiasm. Tak ducked as another volley of magically enhanced ingredients sailed overhead. Through the chaos he spotted Talia's prized recipe book, a leather-bound tome passed down through generations of ravenshades, fluttering frantically near the ceiling like a startled pigeon. Without thinking, he stretched to his full height, his stone fingers closing gently around the ancient book just as it attempted to dive-bomb through the window. "Got you," he murmured, cradling the tome. Its pages rustled appreciatively against his palm before going still. A distressed cry from Talia drew his attention. She stood before her cooling racks, where dozens of perfectly frosted cookies had instantly caramelized under Pico's enthusiastic flame hair flyby. The imp's heat had transformed delicate sugar cookies into something that looked more like crystallized lava flows. "My Victorian tea cakes." Talia's voice cracked. They were for Mrs. Moonweaver's garden party. Before Tak could offer comfort, Smasher's presence near the frosting station triggered another disaster. The carefully crafted avocado-based frostings, which Tak had secretly admired for their innovative use of natural ingredients, began to separate in their bowls. The smooth green cream split into unsalvageable layers as Smasher passed by, looking far too innocent to be truly innocent. "Oh no," Talia whispered, her eyes glistening. "No, no, no." The sight of her usually confident demeanor crumbling made something in Tak's stone chest ache. He started forward, still holding her recipe book, when Smasher's delighted gasp froze him in place. "What's this?" The guacamole imp had discovered a locked cabinet beneath Talia's workstation. "Ooh, sparkly." "Don't you dare," Talia began, but Smasher had already phased through the lock, emerging with an armful of bottles filled with shimmering liquid. "Magical food coloring," Smasher announced with the enthusiasm of a toddler discovering finger paints. "Darling, this kitchen needs a makeover. All these boring whites and creams? So last season." "Smasher," Tak warned, his gravelly voice deepening. Put those down. The imp responded by uncorking all the bottles at once with a theatrical flourish. Let's go green. A wave of emerald magic exploded through the kitchen. Tak watched in horror as everything, from the ceiling to the floor tiles, took on varying shades of green. Even his own stone skin, usually a dignified gray, now resembled oxidized copper. I look like moldy cheese, he muttered, examining his hands. You look festive. Pico called down, now conducting the magical measuring cups in what appeared to be a conga line. Like a proper party gargoyle. Enough was enough. Tak reached for his crafting magic, feeling it rumble through his core like distant thunder. With practiced movements, he began constructing a containment field, a specialty he developed for keeping raccoons away from his taco truck. The shimmering barrier rose around the imps, its walls solid as stone. For a moment, Tak allowed himself to feel proud of his quick thinking. Then Pico opened his mouth and began to sing. Ay caramba. Let's do the salsa. The imp's voice carried an impossible heat, making the barrier bubble like warm cheese. Spice it up, shake it down, make that magic go to town. The measuring cups, apparently enchanted by the impromptu performance, began dancing with increased enthusiasm. Tak watched helplessly as Pico simply melted through his barrier, leaving a perfectly imp-shaped hole behind. I give up, Tak announced to no one in particular, slumping against a now-green counter. Wait, Talia straightened suddenly, her eyes lighting up with that dangerous sparkle that Tak was learning meant either brilliance or chaos was about to ensue. She rushed to her oven, pulled out a fresh batch of something that made both imps freeze mid-mischief, their tiny noses twitching. Is that? Smasher drifted lower, his tortilla chip wings quivering. Double chocolate chunk cookies, Talia confirmed. But they're probably too boring for such creative culinary artists as yourselves. We could help. Pico zoomed down, hovering eagerly. Just a tiny taste test. A small adjustment. Well? Talia pretended to consider it. I suppose if you both behave, you could each add your own special touch to one batch. The transformation was immediate. Both imps settled onto the counter, suddenly the picture of professionalism. Tak watched in amazement as they carefully added their signature flavors to separate batches. Pico creating a spicy chocolate combination that somehow worked perfectly, while Smasher's guacamole-infused cookies turned out surprisingly delicate and complex. As they worked to restore order to the kitchen, Talia using her magic to remove Smasher's green makeover while Tak repaired various scorch marks from Pico's enthusiasm. He noticed her checking the clock repeatedly, her movements becoming more agitated. We lost our whole practice session, she said finally, her voice small. The showdown is in 3 days, and we haven't even figured out our signature piece yet. Tak looked around the kitchen, taking in the evidence of their chaotic afternoon. The dancing measuring cups, now performing what appeared to be a waltz. The perfectly balanced sweet and spicy cookies cooling on the rack. The way their magic had unexpectedly combined to create two mischievous, but undeniably unique beings. Maybe, he said slowly, surprising himself, we didn't lose anything at all. When Talia looked up questioningly, he continued, what if this is exactly what we needed? Not just another fancy display, but something that shows what happens when different styles truly combine? You mean? A smile began to spread across Talia's face. Like how your salsa and my guacamole created these two troublemakers? Exactly. Tak felt his stone lips quirking upward. Something unexpected. Something that shouldn't work but somehow does. Like a gargoyle and a baker? Talia asked softly, then quickly added, as competition partners, I mean? Right, Tak agreed, ignoring the warm feeling spreading through his chest. As partners. They began sketching ideas, their magical styles flowing together as naturally as Pico and Smasher's newfound friendship. And if the oven started humming romantic ballads again, well, Tak decided he could live with that. Chapter 3, Spicing Up the Mystery. Tak had to duck his head as he entered Dorian's Herbal Remedies and Mystical Solutions. His stone shoulders barely cleared the dried herbs hanging from ancient oak beams, their papery leaves brushing against his skin. Green light filtered through the gnarled branches that formed the shop's entrance, casting dappled shadows that made his banded iron skin shimmer with unexpected patterns. The familiar scent of pine and earth wrapped around him, bringing back memories of late-night conversations and cryptic advice that somehow always made sense by morning. As usual, the shop seemed bigger on the inside than physics should allow, with shelves stretching up into shadows that never quite revealed their heights. "I wondered when you'd come." Dorian's voice emerged before the dryad himself, who stepped out from behind a towering shelf of glowing potions. His bark-like skin made him appear as if he'd grown straight from the wooden surroundings, moss-covered fingers, carefully adjusting various vials that hummed with contained magic. "That obvious, huh?" Tak tried for casual, but something in Dorian's knowing gaze made him feel like a sculpture caught mid-chisel. "You're radiating magical residue, like an enchanted quarry." Dorian's fingers traced patterns in the air, leaving faint green trails. "And there's something else, a hint of sugar and spice that isn't your usual signature." Tak shifted his weight, making the floorboards creak in protest. "I've been paired with Talia Ravenshade for the Moonshadow Showdown." The sharp change in the air was instant. The pine scent sharpened to something almost astringent, and nearby potion bottles began to bubble and fizz. Dorian's usually fluid movements stilled, his moss-covered fingers pausing mid-gesture. "Our magic doesn't exactly play nice," Tak continued, watching as a particularly aggressive bubble popped and turned into a tiny cloud shaped like a taco. "Yesterday, we accidentally created 2 imps out of salsa and guacamole." "Imps?" Dorian's leaf-green eyes narrowed. He moved with sudden purpose toward a far corner of the shop, where books that looked older than the town itself rested on shelves made from twisted roots. "From food magic gone wrong?" "They're mostly harmless," Tak said quickly, following the dryad. "Just mischievous. Though Pico, that's the salsa one, keeps trying to teach my prep station to dance the Macarena." Dorian didn't respond immediately. His fingers traced the spines of several ancient tomes before stopping on one bound in what appeared to be aged cheese rind. When he pulled it from the shelf, small puffs of herb-scented dust rose in lazy spirals. "There's something you need to know," Dorian said, his voice taking on a rhythmic quality that made the hanging roots sway gently. "About the dangers of pride and magical experimentation in the culinary arts." The book fell open to a page illustrated with what looked like moving cheese formations. Tak leaned closer, his stone skin catching the gleam of magic rising from the parchment. "Long ago, there was a chef in Moonshadow Hollow who believed he could perfect the art of magical cheese-making," Dorian began. "He sought to create a queso so perfectly enchanted, it would adapt its flavor to each diner's deepest desires. But pride?" Dorian's finger traced a particularly violent-looking illustration. Pride led him to push beyond the boundaries of natural magic. The shop's atmosphere grew heavier with each word, as if the very air was thickening with ancient magic. Even the usual cheerful bubble of potions had subsided to an ominous simmer. "The result was the queso curse," Dorian continued. "A magic gone wrong that manifests in very specific ways. Unusual magical combinations, producing unexpected results. Food taking on a life of its own. And always, always." He looked up at Tak meaningfully, the scent of aged cheese on the wind. Tak's stone skin prickled with recognition. The dancing measuring cups in Talia's kitchen. The living condiments that became Pico and Smasher. And just that morning, he could have sworn he'd caught a whiff of aged Gouda despite being nowhere near the dairy district. "You're saying?" Tak started, his voice rougher than usual. "I'm saying that your magical mishaps might not be simple compatibility issues." Dorian closed the book carefully, sending up another cloud of aromatic dust. "The signs are there, Taconite. The question is, what are you and Miss Ravenshade going to do about them?" Tak ran a hand over his face, feeling the familiar ridges of his stone skin. "We just wanted to create something unique for the showdown. Something that would show how different styles could work together." "Perhaps," Dorian said, his bark-like features softening slightly, "that's exactly what you need to do. but with awareness of the forces you might be dealing with. A bottle on a nearby shelf chose that moment to hiccup, releasing a small cloud that smelled distinctly of nachos. Tak watched it drift toward the ceiling, his mind racing with implications. "How do we know for sure?" he asked finally. "About the curse?" "Watch for the signs," Dorian replied, already moving to replace the ancient tome. "They'll become clearer as things progress." "And taconite?" He paused, moss-covered fingers resting on the cheese-bound spine. "Be careful with experimental magic in the kitchen. Some combinations, once started, can't be undone." The moss patterns across Dorian's bark-like skin shifted into anxious swirls at the mention of Pico and Smasher. Tak recognized that look. It was the same one his old friend wore when brewing storm clouds gathered over the hollow. "Unintended magical beings," Dorian said, his voice taking on the texture of rustling leaves, "are rarely just happy accidents. They're often harbingers, taconite. Like the first bubbles rising before a pot boils over." The roots forming the shop's foundation creaked ominously as Dorian moved deeper into the shadows of his collection. He returned cradling a massive tome that smelled of aged parmesan and dried herbs. When he laid it on the gnarled counter between them, Tak noticed the binding was reinforced with what looked suspiciously like crystallized cheese. "The Chronicles of the Queso Cauldron," Dorian announced, opening to pages that seemed to breathe with their own life. Every documented encounter with the monster it spawned. Tak leaned closer, his stone fingers hovering over illustrations that rippled like heat waves off hot pavement. The yellowed pages showed scenes of chaos, a creature of molten cheese flowing through market squares, its body stretching and reforming as it moved. His finger traced one particularly detailed drawing, and the magical ink responded to his touch, the monster seeming to writhe beneath his stone skin. "That was the last major manifestation," Dorian explained, his moss patterns forming concerned spirals. 70 years ago, during another attempt to merge different magical traditions. The showdown's combined energies. He paused, adjusting a few errant leaves near his temple. They could create similar conditions. The shelves around them trembled slightly, bottles clinking against each other in what sounded almost like nervous whispers. Dorian placed his hand flat on the counter, and the vibrations settled. "The key lies in balance," he continued. "Your earth magic, Miss Ravenshade's confectionery enchantments. They're opposing forces, yes, but opposition doesn't always mean conflict. Sometimes it means completion." The dryad's eyes took on a knowing glint that made Tak's stone skin feel unusually warm. "Your growing connection might be exactly what prevents disaster." Before Tak could protest that there wasn't any connection to speak of, ignoring the way his chest tightened at the thought of Talia's laugh, Dorian was already moving. His branch-like fingers selected a small vial from a shelf that definitely hadn't been there a moment ago. The liquid inside shimmered with browns and grays that reminded Tak of his own skin tone, shot through with veins of gold that caught the light. "Stabilizing essence," Dorian explained, pressing the vial into Tak's hand. "For when cheese and stone meet." Without waiting for a response, he tucked it into Tak's pocket with the gentle efficiency of someone used to dealing with confused customers. Tak opened his mouth to ask for clarification, because really, what was he supposed to do with that cryptic instruction? But Dorian was already ushering him toward the door with surprising strength for someone made partly of bark. As Tak ducked under the hanging herbs again, Dorian's final words followed him like autumn leaves on a breeze. "Remember, taconite, sometimes what melts a stone heart can also melt the barriers between realms." The door closed behind him with a whisper of herbal-scented wind, leaving Tak standing in the late afternoon light with more questions than answers, and a pocket that felt unusually warm where the vial rested against his hip. Through the window, he could see Dorian already absorbed in his books again, the moss patterns on his skin forming shapes that looked suspiciously like tiny hearts. Tak reached into his pocket, running his thumb over the smooth glass of the vial. The liquid inside pulsed gently, like a heartbeat, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it was responding to his thoughts of Talia. Not that he was thinking about Talia much, just professionally, because of the showdown and the potential cheese monster. Obviously. Talia rubbed her tired eyes, grateful for the peaceful quiet that had settled over bewitched bakes. After a day of dodging Pico's salsa bombs and Smasher's guacamole projectiles, the stillness felt almost magical. Moonlight streamed through the bakery's front windows, casting silvery beams across her workspace, where the fairy-lit recipe book lay open. "Just you and me tonight," she murmured to the book, running her fingers along its worn spine. The pages emitted their familiar soft glow, making the flour dust hanging in the air sparkle like tiny stars. Time to find something spectacular for the showdown. As she flipped through the enchanted pages, a flicker of movement caught her eye. On what had always been a blank page, spidery lines of ink began to appear, spreading across the parchment like frost on a window. Talia's heart skipped a beat as she recognized the elegant loops and swirls. "Grandma Rose's handwriting," she whispered, leaning closer. The text shimmered and danced in the moonlight, refusing to stay still long enough for her to read it properly. Just as she'd make out one ingredient, the words would swirl and reshape themselves into something else entirely. "What rises with moon but sets with sun, sweet as love but light as fun." Talia read aloud, frowning at the riddle. Since when did Grandma write in puzzles? She scrambled for something to write with, knocking into the shelf behind her. A jar of her prized enchanted vanilla extract teetered and fell, shattering on the counter. Instead of spreading in a puddle, the vanilla essence swirled upward, forming delicate butterflies that fluttered around her head, filling the air with their sweet fragrance. "No, no, no." Talia swatted at the vanilla butterflies, trying to focus on the recipe book. "I need to copy this down before." The book suddenly lifted off the counter, its pages rustling with urgency. It hovered at eye level, then zipped toward the back of the bakery like a startled bird. "Hey! Get back here." Talia chased after it, nearly slipping in a patch of spilled flour. The book stopped abruptly near her office door, fluttering its pages in what seemed like impatience. "What are you trying to show me?" She reached for the book, but it dodged her grasp, opening to its back cover. Something slipped from between the pages, an old photograph worn at the edges and faded with age. Talia caught it before it could float away. The image showed her grandmother, decades younger but with the same bright smile Talia remembered, standing proudly at what could only be a past moonshadow showdown. In her hands was the most extraordinary dessert Talia had ever seen, a creation that seemed to capture moonlight itself, glowing with an otherworldly radiance. The recipe book's pages began to pulse with light, matching the rhythm of the mysterious dessert's glow in the photograph. Talia's fingers tingled where they touched the photo, a sensation she'd come to associate with particularly powerful magic. "Grandma, what were you making?" she wondered aloud, studying the image more closely. The dessert appeared to be some kind of soufflé or mousse, but it had an ethereal quality that no ordinary baked good could achieve. The book pulsed again, more insistently this time, and flipped back to the page with the riddle. The vanilla butterflies settled on the page, their wings still gently beating. As they landed, more text appeared beneath the riddle. "Moonlight mousse, a dessert that captures dreams and serves them with a silver spoon." "Moonlight mousse," Talia repeated, the words feeling like magic on her tongue. The recipe continued to reveal itself in fragments and riddles, each line more mysterious than the last. She grabbed her emergency notebook from under the counter, determined not to lose a single detail. "Fold in starlight until peaks form like midnight clouds," she read, scribbling frantically. "Add essence of twilight dreams." The writing faded before she could catch the rest, then reappeared with a different instruction: whisk counterclockwise under a waning moon. The vanilla butterflies swirled around her head once more before dissolving into sparkles that settled on the recipe book's pages, highlighting certain words that seemed to glow brighter than others. Talia's hand cramped as she tried to capture every detail, every mysterious measurement and cryptic instruction. "This is it," she breathed, excitement building in her chest. "This has to be what we need for the showdown." She paused, realizing something that made her stomach flip. "But I'll have to convince Tack to help me decode it first." The thought of working even more closely with the stoic gargoyle sent an unexpected flutter through her chest, one that had nothing to do with the vanilla butterflies still occasionally materializing from the spilled extract. She pushed the feeling aside, focusing instead on the puzzle before her. The recipe book gave one final pulse of light before settling back to its usual gentle glow, its pages now appearing as blank as they had been before the moonlight's revelation. But Talia's hasty notes remained, along with the photograph of her grandmother and that mysterious, luminous dessert. She carefully tucked the photo back into the book's cover, her mind already racing with possibilities. Whatever this moonlight mousse was, it clearly held power beyond ordinary magical baking. If she and Tak could figure out the riddles and recreate it for the showdown. A distant crash from the kitchen, followed by familiar bickering voices, broke through her thoughts. Not in the vanilla extract. Smasher's voice carried from the back. But it makes the best explosion patterns. Pico argued. Talia sighed, tucking her notebook safely away. The mystery of her grandmother's recipe would have to wait. First, she had some trouble making imps to wrangle. Talia set her measuring spoons on the counter, ready to experiment with the cryptic recipe. Before she could reach for the first ingredient, the silver spoons lifted into the air, twirling like tiny dancers. They clinked together in a delicate rhythm, forming patterns that reminded her of constellations. "What are you trying to tell me?" she whispered, watching as the quarter teaspoon traced a crescent moon shape before dipping toward the recipe book. The pattern seemed familiar somehow, like a half-remembered dream. Her eyes stung with frustration as she stared at the mysterious text. A tear slipped down her cheek, landing on the weathered page. Instead of smudging the ink, the droplet seemed to sink into the parchment, and new writing bloomed across the margins like frost patterns on a window. "Love makes the magic stronger," she read aloud, recognizing her grandmother's handwriting. "Each generation adds its own spark to the flame." More notes appeared, spreading across the page in a warm golden script. "Baking isn't just about ingredients, dear heart. It's about the love we pour into every creation." The familiar words made her throat tight. How many times had Grandma Rose said exactly that while they baked together? As if responding to her memories, her enchanted ovens began to hum softly. The tune was achingly familiar, the lullaby her grandmother used to sing while kneading bread dough. "Moonlight bright and starlight sweet," Talia sang quietly, the words coming back to her. As she voiced each line, the recipe's instructions seemed to pulse in time with the melody. "Mix them both for treats to eat." She grabbed her notebook again, this time writing the recipe's riddles in time with the lullaby's rhythm. The measuring spoons danced faster, creating a tinkling percussion that matched perfectly. "Okay, let's try this," she muttered, reaching for a mixing bowl. "What rises with moon but sets with sun? Maybe it's about timing?" She measured out flour and sugar, adding them to the bowl as the moon cast shadows through her window. The recipe book's glow dimmed slightly. Not quite right. She tried a different combination, this time incorporating her enchanted moonflower extract. The book's pages brightened immediately, casting a silvery sheen across her workspace. Kitchen implements began floating around her, drawn by the building magical energy. Whisks bobbed expectantly in the air, while measuring cups lined themselves up by size, waiting to be used. Her favorite sifter performed lazy loops near the ceiling. "Sweet as love but light as fun," she repeated, watching the book's reaction as she tested different interpretations. When she reached for the vanilla extract still scattered with butterfly remnants, the glow intensified. But when she added it to the bowl, the light dimmed again. Not the ingredient, the method? She lifted the vanilla-infused butterflies with a gentle spell, letting them dissolve directly into the mixture. The book blazed with approval, its pages almost too bright to read. As she worked through each line of the recipe, a pattern emerged. Ingredients that sparkled in moonlight needed to be added under the moon's glow, while others seemed to respond better to the first hints of dawn she could see threatening the horizon. "It's not just about what we add," she realized, watching her whisk perform a complicated aerial maneuver. "It's about when we add it. The whole recipe is tied to the sky itself." The recipe book pulsed with warmth against her hands, as if confirming her discovery. More text appeared, this time showing precise timing for each step: moonrise for whipping, midnight for folding, dawn's first light for the final touches. Talia hugged the book to her chest, feeling its gentle vibration sync with her heartbeat. The solution was celestial magic, exactly the kind of power that made the Moonshadow Showdown so special. But this wasn't just any recipe. This was her grandmother's legacy, a piece of family history that had been waiting for just the right moment to reveal itself. She'd need Tak's help to make it work. The thought sent an unexpected warmth through her chest that had nothing to do with the glowing recipe book. His stone-based magic might be exactly what they needed to ground these celestial elements into something tangible. The book's pages fluttered softly against her arms, still emanating their subtle moonlit radiance. Whatever this moonlight mousse was meant to be, she knew it was more than just another dessert. Now she just had to figure out how to unlock its full potential, and convince a certain stubborn gargoyle to help her do it. Chapter 4: Tortilla Tensions. Talia hurried through the misty pre-dawn streets of Moonshadow Hollow, her grandmother's recipe book clutched tightly against her chest. The midnight perch's star lanterns were just beginning to fade, their silvery light dimming to a soft twilight glow as she pushed open the heavy oak door. The brass bells above tinkled with a musical chime that sounded suspiciously like the opening notes of a love song. Zara sat in their usual window seat, somehow managing to make the worn velvet cushions look like an elegant throne. Her best friend's black hair caught the fading starlight, shimmering with hints of purple and blue that matched her striking violet eyes. "You're practically glowing," Zara said by way of greeting, gesturing to the empty chair across from her. "And not your usual sparkly baker's aura either. There's definitely some gold mixed in with all that white." Talia slid into her seat, trying to ignore how the cafe's enchanted sugar cubes began an excited little jig across their table. "I had the strangest night with the family recipe book. And before that, Tak and I." The star lanterns overhead suddenly blazed brighter, casting a romantic shimmer across their corner of the cafe. One particularly enthusiastic lamp even produced a shower of tiny hearts that disappeared just before reaching their table. Zara's perfectly shaped eyebrow arched higher than Talia had ever seen it. "Tak, is it? Not that impossible gargoyle, or Mr. Stoneface anymore?" "It's not like that," Talia protested, but the sugar cubes chose that moment to form themselves into a tiny heart shape before dissolving into her coffee. She took a sip to hide her flushed cheeks, watching the steam rise in curling patterns that looked suspiciously like intertwined T's. "MMHMM." Zara leaned forward, her collection of silver feather-shaped jewelry tinkling musically. "You know, speaking of impossible situations, have you heard about some of the past showdown disasters? Last year's turnip transformation incident was just the tip of the iceberg." "What do you mean?" Talia asked, her hands tightening around her coffee cup. Zara glanced around before lowering her voice to a whisper. "Well, there was the great soufflé explosion of '92 turned half the judges' panel temporarily into meringue. And in '87, 3 contestants just vanished. Poof!" She snapped her fingers, making several nearby patrons jump. They showed up 2 weeks later in the Whispering Woods, covered in chocolate and speaking in rhymes. The sugar cubes began to dance more nervously, skittering across the table like scared mice. Talia pulled out her grandmother's recipe book, laying it gently between them. "That's actually why I needed to talk to you. Last night the book started, showing me things. Messages from my grandmother, but they only appeared when I sang her old lullaby." Zara's entire demeanor shifted, her movements becoming sharp and precise, reminding Talia of a bird spotting something interesting on the ground. Magical recipe books don't just start revealing secret messages for no reason, Tal. Especially not family heirlooms. Before Talia could respond, a sudden gust of wind rattled the cafe's windows, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of aged cheddar. Around them, the regular early morning crowd exchanged knowing looks. Mrs. Whisperwind, the retired potions teacher, actually made a warning gesture with her croissant. "You smell that?" Zara asked, her violet eyes scanning the street outside. "It's been happening all week," Talia admitted. "At first I thought it was just because of all the time I've been spending around Tak's taco truck, but it's getting stronger," Zara finished, her jewelry tinkling as she shifted restlessly. And you're sure this recipe your grandmother left? It just happened to reveal itself right when these cheese winds started picking up? The recipe book chose that moment to emit a soft golden glow, its pages rustling despite the lack of wind inside the cafe. Talia laid her hand on its cover, feeling the familiar warmth pulse through her palm. The recipe requires celestial timing, moonrise, midnight, dawn. And, she hesitated, remembering the way her heart had jumped when she'd realized the final piece, it needs both my magic and tacts to work properly. The star lanterns flickered again, this time creating a cascade of silver sparkles that drifted down around their table. Zara didn't even try to hide her knowing smile. Of course it does, she said, reaching for her coffee cup. Because nothing says true love quite like a magically ordained cooking partnership during a potentially dangerous competition while mysterious cheese-scented omens blow through town. You're not helping, Talia groaned, but she couldn't quite suppress her own smile. The recipe book hummed contentedly between them, its pages now glowing with a warm, steady light that matched the golden threads newly woven through her magical aura. Another cheese-scented breeze rattled the windows, stronger this time. Several of the cafe's enchanted teaspoons began to vibrate against their saucers, creating an unsettling chime that set Talia's teeth on edge. Talia traced the rim of her coffee cup, watching the steam curl into increasingly elaborate heart shapes. Even the cafe's enchanted atmosphere seemed determined to call her out this morning. I think I might be in trouble, Zar. Every time he looks at me with those obsidian eyes, I forget basic baking spells I've known since childhood. And does this have anything to do with how he keeps finding excuses to visit your bakery? Zara's knowing smile grew wider. 3 times yesterday alone, wasn't it? Once to check your oven temperature, then to compare mixing bowls, and finally to discuss spice ratios? Heat crept up Talia's neck. You've been watching? Honey, half the town's been watching. That gargoyle practically lights up when you're around, and trust me, that's saying something for someone made of stone. Zara leaned forward, her voice dropping conspiratorially. Did you notice how he positions himself between you and the door whenever Elliot Sparkfoot walks past? Or how your magical signature makes his crystalline patterns shimmer? The coffee in Talia's cup swirled of its own accord, forming tiny whirlpools that sparkled with golden light. I thought I was imagining that part. The cafe's warm glow suddenly dimmed, as if responding to Zara's change in expression. Her collection of silver feathers clinked together nervously. Just be careful, Tal. Mixing old family magic with new emotions can be tricky. The showdown has a history of amplifying unexpected magical connections. What do you mean? Remember Rosemary Thornhart? 5 years ago, she fell for her competition partner right before the final round. Their combined magic was so powerful, it turned half their display into singing roses that wouldn't stop serenading the judges with love ballads. Zara's jewelry rustled again. They had to cancel the dessert portion because the cakes kept trying to matchmake everyone in the room. Talia's hands trembled slightly as she opened her grandmother's recipe book. Speaking of unexpected magic, she turned to the page that had revealed itself the night before. The text seemed to ripple under Zara's gaze, new symbols appearing in the margins like frost patterns on a window. Interesting, Zara murmured, her violet eyes tracking the spreading marks. These runes, they're older than they should be. What do you mean? Do you recognize them? Zara's hand moved to touch one of her feather pendants, a gesture Talia recognized as her friends tell when avoiding direct answers. Let's focus on getting you through the preliminary rounds first. Have you and Tak figured out how to stabilize your magical signatures when cooking together? Not exactly. Yesterday we managed to turn our test batch into living condiments. Talia couldn't help smiling at the memory of Pico and Smasher's first appearance. Though I suppose creating sentient beings counts as stable magic, even if it wasn't what we were aiming for. A sudden flash of orange light from outside cut through their conversation, followed by the unmistakable aroma of melting cheese, stronger than before, with undertones of aged cheddar and something earthier, almost volcanic. The cafe's enchanted silverware began to vibrate in harmony, creating an eerie chiming sound. Zara shot to her feet, her feather jewelry bristling like the hackles of an alarmed cat. That's not natural magic. She moved to the window, her outline already beginning to blur at the edges. Something's interfering with the town's protective wards. Zara, wait, but Talia's words were lost in a rush of glossy black feathers as her friend transformed. The large raven gave her one meaningful look, before launching through the cafe's specially designed familiar exit window. Talia watched her friend soar past the fading star lanterns, her dark form cutting through the lingering wisps of orange light. The recipe book hummed against her palm, its pages still glowing with those strange symbols that had caught Zara's attention. Something about her friend's reaction nagged at her. Zara knew more than she was letting on. She always did when it came to magical anomalies in Moonshadow Hollow. But this time felt different. This time the secret seemed personal. The remaining sugar cubes on their table had stopped dancing entirely, instead forming themselves into a perfect circle around Talia's coffee cup like a protective barrier. Outside, another cheese-scented breeze rustled the cafe's awning, and somewhere in the distance, a bell tolled with an oddly metallic resonance. Talia hesitated at the kitchen doorway, coffee still warming her hands. The strange energy from earlier lingered in her thoughts, but it vanished the moment she saw what waited inside. Their shared workspace had transformed overnight. Her rose gold mixing bowls nestled perfectly alongside Tak's earthenware molcajites. Her enchanted whisks hung in elegant rows next to his hand-carved wooden spoons. Even their spice collections had merged, creating a rainbow of crystalline jars that caught the morning light. "I hope you don't mind," Tak rumbled, measuring cinnamon with the precision of a jeweler weighing diamonds. "I couldn't sleep, so I came early to organize." The metallic bands in his stone skin gleamed as he moved, like veins of gold in polished granite. "It's perfect," she wanted to say, but something in his careful movements made her pause. "You've matched everything to the natural flow of kitchen magic." His shoulders relaxed slightly. Gargoyles are taught to feel the energy lines in stone. Kitchen magic isn't so different. As if to prove his point, her favorite whisk floated up from its hook, twirling in a lazy spiral. At the same moment, his tortilla press lifted into the air, its rhythm matching the whisk's dance. The synchronized motion created a humming note that made the kitchen's star lanterns pulse with warm light. "That's new," Talia breathed, watching their tools move in perfect harmony. "The magic feels clearer today." Tak's deep voice softened. "Like the ingredients know what they want to become." He moved to the stone preparation table he'd installed, his large hands surprisingly delicate as they traced patterns across its surface. Under his touch, the smooth rock rippled like water, rising and falling in elegant waves that hardened into serving plates. "Stone crafting," he explained, catching her fascinated stare. "It's traditional among my people." His usually stern features softened with concentration, revealing tiny flecks of copper in his obsidian eyes that Talia had never noticed before. She pulled her gaze away, focusing on the bowl of sugar crystals she'd infused with moonlight the night before. "We should test how our ingredients interact, now that the kitchen's energy has settled." Tak nodded, reaching for his specially prepared chili powder. As their ingredients met, something magical happened, literally. The sugar crystals rose in spiraling dancers, catching Tak's earthen spices in their wake. Together they formed double helixes of shimmering energy, casting prismatic patterns across the walls. "It's like they're having their own little party," Talia laughed, then felt heat rise in her cheeks at how childish that sounded. But when she glanced at Tak, his stone lips had curved into a subtle smile. "Speaking of magical combinations," she pulled out her grandmother's recipe book, the pages still warm from its earlier activity. "There's an old family technique for weaving memories into pastries. The magic captures a specific moment, the first bite of your favorite childhood dessert, or the smell of fresh bread on a summer morning." Tak stepped closer, his presence solid and grounding beside her. "How does it work?" "It's delicate magic," Talia demonstrated with a handful of dried strawberries, letting her magic flow through them. "You have to hold the memory clearly, while infusing the ingredients. Too much emotion, and the memory becomes overwhelming. Too little and it fades before reaching the final dish. She felt rather than saw Tax nod, their shoulders brushing as he leaned in to study her technique. The contact sent a wave of warmth through her, and the strawberries in her palm began to glow with soft golden light. Neither of them moved away. The trick is finding the right balance, she continued, trying to ignore how the nearby spices had started to shimmer in response to their proximity. Like dancing, but with magic instead of music. I've never been much for dancing, Tak admitted quietly, but this? He gestured at their synchronized tools, still moving in perfect rhythm. This makes sense. The kitchen hummed around them, their combined magic settling into a comfortable harmony that felt as natural as breathing. It was nothing like the chaos of their first attempt. No exploding ingredients, no accidental imps, just a gentle fusion of their powers that made everything feel more vivid, more alive. Talia realized she'd stopped demonstrating the memory-weaving technique, her hands still glowing where they nearly touched Tak's stone fingers above the recipe book. The morning light painted patterns across his crystalline skin, and for a moment she could have sworn those copper flecks in his eyes sparkled like stars. From her perch at the workstation, Talia caught movement above. Pico and Smasher had abandoned their usual chaos to watch from atop the highest cabinet. The salsa imp's flames flickered low and steady, while Smasher's usually restless cilantro sprigs were perfectly still. Strange. The spiral needs to be tighter here, Talia demonstrated, piping a delicate swirl of moonstone-infused cream. See how the magical current follows the pattern? Impressive control, Tak murmured, and Talia felt warmth creep into her cheeks. When she glanced up, Pico was elbowing Smasher, both imps wearing matching grins that made her blush deepen. Let's see how your filling works with it, she said quickly, focusing on the pastry. Tak's stone hands moved with surprising grace as he added his specially crafted mixture, a blend of sweet and spicy that sparkled with earthen magic. The moment their creations touched, magic rippled through the experimental dish. Streams of light spiraled outward, her signature silver blue intertwining with Tak's copper gold. The patterns danced across the pastry's surface, creating intricate designs that mimicked the geological bands in Tak's skin. It's working. Talia bounced on her toes, caught up in the excitement. Without thinking, she held up her hand for a high five. Tak hesitated for just a moment before meeting her palm with his. The contact sent a surge of combined magic through the kitchen. Whisks spun like ballet dancers, wooden spoons percussion tapped against mixing bowls, and measuring cups clinked together like champagne glasses. Even the star lanterns pulsed in rhythm, casting rainbow shadows across the walls. We should test it, Tak suggested, his voice rougher than usual. Talia cut the pastry carefully, revealing perfectly defined layers that shimmered with their merged magic. She watched as Tak took a bite, holding her breath. A dot of iridescent frosting caught on his chin, the crystalline structure catching light like a prism. Without thinking, Talia reached up to wipe it away. Her fingers brushed his stone skin, surprisingly warm under her touch. Tak went completely still, his obsidian eyes fixed on hers. The kitchen star lanterns dimmed to a soft glow, as if the magic itself was holding its breath. Talia's hand lingered, tracing one of the copper bands that curved along his jaw. Attention all showdown contestants. Mayor Brightspark's voice boomed through the announcement crystal, making them jump apart. This is your 24-hour reminder for preliminary judging. Remember, presentations must demonstrate magical harmony and innovative fusion techniques. May the best team win. Talia busied herself with wiping down her piping bags, very deliberately not looking at Tak. The temperature of her cheeks could have rivaled Pico's flames. We should pack up the successful batch, Tak said, his voice carefully neutral. For reference. Right? Reference. Good idea. Talia reached for the spice jar at the same moment he did, their fingers brushing over the crystalline container. Magic sparked between them, gentle but unmistakable. She looked up, meeting his gaze. The copper flecks in his eyes seemed to dance, matching the swirling patterns in their experimental pastry. Something shifted in the air between them. A recognition, perhaps, that they'd stumbled onto something more than just a winning recipe. Above them, Pico dramatically swooned into Smasher's arms. The guacamole imp promptly dropped him. Talia bit back a laugh, but couldn't hide her smile, as she carefully wrapped their creation in enchanted parchment. The magical patterns continued to swirl beneath the paper, their combined signatures glowing strong and steady. Looking at it, she felt a surge of confidence. Maybe they really could win this thing. She caught Tack watching the swirling patterns with the same expression of wonder she felt. When he noticed her looking, his usually stern features softened into that rare, subtle smile that made her heart skip. "Same time tomorrow?" he asked, gathering his molcajites. "Wouldn't miss it," Talia replied, trying to sound professional despite the warmth blooming in her chest. Their magical signatures continued to dance across the wrapped pastry, silver blue and copper gold, moving in perfect harmony. Tack smoothed his stone fingers over the pristine white tablecloth, adjusting it for the third time. The morning sun cast long shadows across Moonshadow Hollow's town square, where vendors hustled to set up their stalls for the showdown's preliminary round. Next to him, Talia hummed softly as she arranged crystallized sugar roses around their centerpiece, a fusion dish they'd finally perfected after days of chaos and unexpected imp appearances. "A little to the left," he murmured, gesturing to a wayward petal. His voice rumbled low, the way it always did when he was concentrating. Talia's fingers brushed against his as she reached for the sugar rose. Even through his stone skin, the contact sent a warm current of magic tingling up his arm. He pretended to be very interested in straightening an already straight fork. "Getting nervous, Rocky?" She flashed that smile that always made his normally steady hands feel less reliable. "Garnishes are serious business." He maintained his stoic expression, but the corners of his mouth twitched. "And don't call me Rocky." Above their display, Pico and Smasher lounged on the edge of their decorative arch, tossing tiny bits of themselves at passers-by. Tack had learned to keep a spray bottle handy. The imps reformed quickly enough, but they hated getting spritzed with water. A flash of electric blue caught his eye, distinctive spiky hair bobbing between Mrs. Whisperwind's flower cart and Old Tom's enchanted cheese wheel display. Tack's stone shoulders tensed. That sprite had been hanging around their practice sessions too often for comfort. "Talia." He kept his voice casual, while positioning a protective barrier of garnish plates between their main dish and the direction he'd spotted Elliot. "Did you double-check the stabilizing runes?" "Triple-checked." She was adding the final dusting of edible sparkles to their creation. "Why?" Before he could answer, the runes etched around their display's base flickered like bad fairy lights. The magical signature felt wrong, neither the warm honey glow of Talia's magic nor the steady earthen pulse of his own. Mayor Brightspark drifted toward their station, her wings catching the morning light in rainbow patterns. A crowd followed in her wake, phones already raised to capture whatever spectacular magical fusion they were about to witness. No pressure. "Oh my, what an interesting arrangement." The mayor's voice carried across the square. "I simply must see how this performs." Tack spotted another blue flash, closer now. Elliot darted between a woman's floral skirts, leaving trails of sparkling chaos in his wake. Nearby streamers began to twist themselves into pretzels, and a "Welcome to the Showdown" banner started doing the cha-cha. Pico suddenly sat up straight, his salsa-formed body bubbling more vigorously than usual. "Hey boss. Something feels weird." "Really weird," Smasher agreed, his guacamole complexion taking on an unusually pale shade of green. Talia raised her hands to begin the transformation sequence they'd practiced dozens of times. Her green eyes met his, filled with excitement and trust. Tack opened his mouth to warn her, but it was too late. The moment her magic touched their creation, a sharp snap echoed through the square. Elliot's impish grin gleamed for just a second, before their fusion dish began to vibrate like a magical washing machine on spin cycle. "Talia, wait." Tack lunged forward, but the dish was already glowing with an unstable mixture of their magic and something else, something that sparked and fizzed like magical pop rocks gone wrong. The crowd pressed closer, oohing and awing at what they probably thought was part of the show. Mayor Brightspark's perfect eyebrows rose higher with each violent shake of their display table. "This isn't right," Talia whispered, her hand still raised but now trembling slightly. "The magic feels corrupted." Tak's stone fingers closed around her wrist, his thumb brushing over her pulse point. "Together," he said firmly. "Like we practiced." She nodded, and he felt their magic align, earth and honey, stone and sweetness. But underneath it all, that foreign magic continued to crackle, fighting against their control. Pico and Smasher huddled together, their usual rivalry forgotten as they watched their creators struggle. The dish spun faster, its glow intensifying from gentle gold to an alarming neon orange. "Is it supposed to make that noise?" someone in the crowd asked as a high-pitched whine filled the air. "Absolutely not," Tak muttered through gritted teeth. He shifted his stance, placing himself between the increasingly unstable dish and Talia. Stone skin had its advantages. From somewhere in the crowd came a delighted giggle that could only belong to one troublemaking sprite. Tak caught another glimpse of blue hair and mismatched clothing before everything went sideways, literally. Their display table tilted at a 45-degree angle, held up only by the competing magical forces now visibly warping the air around it. "Show off," Talia growled, her fingers tightening against Tak's palm as they fought to contain whatever was happening to their creation. "This has Elliot written all over it." "Less talking, more stabilizing," Tak responded, though he couldn't help admiring how her eyes sparked with determination. Even in crisis, she was something else. The crowd began backing away, as sparks of chaotic magic shot from their vibrating dish like tiny fireworks. Mayor Brightspark's perfect composure slipped just slightly, as one spark singed the edge of her designer wing. "Well," she said, smoothing down her already smooth hair, "this is certainly unexpected." Tak would have responded with something appropriately diplomatic, but he was too busy watching their carefully crafted fusion dish begin to glow like a miniature sun. This was definitely not part of the plan. Tak's stone fingers tightened around Talia's shoulders as he pulled her behind his broader frame. The magical discharge ricocheted off his crystalline surface, sending prismatic patterns dancing across the cobblestones. Each burst felt like static electricity against his skin, but he held firm. "Better him than her." "This isn't the transformation sequence we practiced," he muttered, watching their carefully crafted dish spin like a deranged magical top. Instead of the planned, elegant swirls of moonlight-touched cream and earth-blessed spices, their creation had become the center of a miniature tornado. Cinnamon and sugar collided with chili and lime in ways that defied both physics and culinary sense. "You think?" Talia's voice came from behind him, strained but still managing sarcasm. Her fingers gripped the back of his shirt, her magic pulsing against his in an attempt to stabilize the chaos. The crowd had formed a perfect circle around their display, phones still raised, but now recording with more morbid fascination than anticipation. Someone's child pointed excitedly at the way their tablecloth had begun to dance the Macarena. Through the swirling mess of their ruined presentation, Tak caught sight of Elliot floating near Old Tom's cheese cart, practically crying with laughter. The sprite's dragonfly wings caught the morning light, sending rainbow reflections across his impish face. When their eyes met, Elliot gave an exaggerated wink and a mock salute. Tak's jaw clenched hard enough that he heard stone grind against stone. Above them, Pico and Smasher had taken shelter under an awning, their usual bickering replaced by wide-eyed horror as they watched their creator's magic spiral out of control. "Oh dear." Mayor Brightspark's voice cut through the general chaos like a perfectly manicured knife. She stood at a safe distance, her wings pulled tight against her back, expression caught between diplomatic concern and genuine worry. "This is rather unconventional." The mayor's words hit harder than any of the wild magic bouncing off Tak's skin. They'd worked so hard to prove they could collaborate, to show that their different styles could create something extraordinary. Now their first public demonstration was turning into a spectacular failure. "Talia," he rumbled, feeling her magic flutter anxiously against his. "Remember what worked in practice? When we aligned our energies instead of fighting for control?" "But we're not fighting now," she protested, though he felt her shift closer, her breath warm against his stone shoulder. "No, but something else is." He reached back without looking, finding her hand by instinct. Follow my lead? The moment their fingers interlocked, Tak felt the familiar resonance of their combined magic, earth and sweetness, strength and creativity. He let his natural stability flow through their connection, providing an anchor for Talia's more volatile power. Together, they pushed back against the foreign magic that had corrupted their dish. The whirlwind began to slow, colors settling from their frantic dance into something more controlled. Tak maintained his protective stance, but now he could feel their magic working in harmony, the way it was supposed to. That's it, he murmured, more to himself than Talia. Nice and steady. As the last sparks of chaos fizzled out, Tak noticed a piece of paper floating down from above, trailing sparkles like a magical comet. He snatched it from the air, stone fingers crinkling the edges of the note. In shimmering script that occasionally rearranged itself into rude shapes, it read, "Just warming up." Tak's free hand curled into a fist, magic crackling between his stone fingers. He scanned the crowd, but Elliot had already vanished, though a flash of electric blue hair disappearing around the corner of Moonbeam's boutique confirmed the sprite hadn't gone far. Behind him, Talia sagged against his back, her forehead pressing between his shoulder blades. "Well," she said, voice wobbling slightly, "that was mortifying." Tak turned, keeping himself between her and the murmuring crowd. Up close he could see the shadows under her eyes from late nights of preparation, the smudge of magical residue on her cheek, the way her usual confident smile trembled at the edges. "Hey." He caught her chin with one gentle stone finger, tilting her face up until their eyes met. "They haven't seen anything yet. But the mayor will be amazed when we show her what we can really do." His thumb brushed away a tear before it could fall, without any uninvited magical interference. Talia's laugh was shaky but real. "Since when are you the optimistic one?" "Since you needed me to be." The words came out before he could second-guess them, rougher than intended. Above them, Pico and Smasher had ventured out from their hiding spot, tentatively poking at the remains of the fusion dish. Their created imps shared a rare look of agreement before Pico announced, "We can totally fix this, boss." "Absolutely," Smasher added, though he was slowly oozing away from the disaster zone. "Just, maybe not right this second." Tak kept his attention on Talia, but his peripheral vision caught another glimpse of Elliot peeking around the corner, that mischievous grin promising future chaos. The sprite disappeared again in a shower of sparks, but Tak's message had been clear: mess with her again and stone skin wouldn't be the only thing Elliot had to worry about. Chapter 5, Walking Closer. Talia approached Stonefire Tacos, with her heart doing a peculiar little skip. The morning sun caught the silver feathers in Zara's jewelry, sending tiny prisms dancing across the counter where her best friend perched on a stool, menu in hand. Though Zara appeared absorbed in the day's specials, her violet eyes tracked a distinctive shock of blue hair weaving through the market crowd. The magical grill let out a cheerful whoosh of flame as Talia drew near, making her jump. Tak glanced up from where he was expertly flipping tortillas, his stone features softening almost imperceptibly. "Morning, Ravenshade." "The usual?" "Since when do I have a usual?" Talia asked, settling onto the stool beside Zara. "Since you started showing up every other morning to critique my salsa technique." A hint of amusement colored his deep voice. Zara's knowing smirk made Talia's cheeks burn. "Oh, is that what we're calling it now?" "The salsa critiques are completely professional," Talia protested, though the flush crept higher. Zara set down her menu with deliberate care. "Speaking of professional matters, I saw something interesting behind Dorian's shop this morning during my dawn flight. Our blue-haired friend meeting with some rather shady characters." Talia leaned closer, lowering her voice. "Elliot? What kind of characters?" "The kind that leave magical residue that makes my feathers stand on end." Zara's silver jewelry chimed ominously as she shifted. There was something off about their energy signatures. Reminded me of that time someone tried to enchant all the cheese in town to tap dance. "That's oddly specific." Talia watched as Tak assembled her favorite breakfast taco: eggs with his signature roasted poblano sauce, and a sprinkle of queso fresco that always seemed to melt at just the right rate. Speaking of magical mishaps, you should have seen what Elliot pulled yesterday during our practice run. As Talia described the sabotage, Zara's movements became increasingly bird-like, sharp head turns and precise gestures that betrayed her shifter nature. Her violet eyes narrowed at certain details, particularly the unusual color of the magical backfire. The spell residue was orange? Zara interrupted. Not green or blue? Orange with gold sparkles, Tak confirmed, joining their conversation during a rare lull in the morning rush. He positioned himself behind the counter near Talia, close enough that she could feel the steady warmth radiating from his stone skin. The nearby cooking implements hummed contentedly, the magical grill releasing happy little puffs of flame. That's not Elliot's usual magical signature, Zara mused, but before she could elaborate, chaos erupted from above. Incoming! Pico's voice rang out as the salsa imp dive-bombed toward their group, his fiery form leaving a trail of spicy sparkles. Smasher swooped after him, managing to look both elegant and annoyed, despite being made entirely of guacamole. We have intelligence to report, Smasher announced with his typical dramatic flair, landing delicately on the counter and straightening his tortilla chip wings. You have something to report, Pico corrected, bouncing from foot to foot. I have breaking news. It's the same news, you overheated sauce packet. Is not, you mushy drama queen. Zara watched the exchange with fascinated amusement, her head swiveling between the bickering imps like she was watching an especially entertaining tennis match. Perhaps, Tak suggested dryly, you could both share what you saw. The imps paused their squabbling long enough to launch into an energetic reenactment. Pico took on the role of Elliot, making his flames spike into a blue-tinted mohawk, while Smasher played the mysterious figures with exaggerated sneaking movements. Then he pulled out this weird glowy thing, Pico demonstrated with a shower of sparks. It was more of a shimmer than a glow, Smasher corrected, producing a ripple effect through his green form. Was not? Was too. The point is, they declared in unison, then glared at each other for the jinx. Talia couldn't help laughing despite her concern. Did you hear what they were discussing? Something about the showdown, Pico reported. And cheese, Smasher added with an elegant shudder. So much talk about cheese. Zara's jewelry chimed as she leaned forward. What kind of cheese? The magical kind, Pico said. At the same moment Smasher declared, the dangerous kind. They dissolved into another round of bickering about proper cheese classification, while Talia exchanged worried glances with Tak. His stone features had settled into serious lines, and she noticed his protective stance hadn't wavered. Well, Zara drawled, her violet eyes gleaming with that sharp intelligence that made her such an excellent information gatherer, isn't this getting deliciously complicated? Talia watched in fascination as Zara's silver feather necklace began to hover, defying gravity, while her friend outlined her surveillance plan. The jewelry caught the morning light, casting ethereal shadows that danced across the taco truck's counter. My shifter magic makes me practically invisible when I want to be, Zara explained, her violet eyes gleaming. Elliot won't suspect a thing, most people just see another raven doing raven things. Like digging through trash and stealing shiny objects? Talia teased, though her smile faded when she caught another whiff of that peculiar scent, a strange mix of aged cheddar and magical residue that definitely hadn't come from Tak's cooking. You smell it too? Zara's nose wrinkled. It's the same essence I caught around Elliot this morning. Not quite natural, not quite magical. Like someone's trying to age cheese with spellwork instead of time. The magical grill behind Tak sputtered and popped, releasing worried little flames. Talia met Tak's gaze, noting how his usually stoic expression had shifted into something more alert, more concerned. The bands of iron in his skin seemed to darken, a sure sign he was troubled. Here, let me show you what I mean about staying undetected, Zara said, rolling up her sleeve. Talia gasped as her friend's arm smoothly transformed, skin and bone restructuring into a glossy black wing. The feathers caught the light like polished obsidian, each one perfectly formed and under precise control. That's... Tak paused, genuine appreciation coloring his deep voice. Impressive control. Years of practice, Zara preened, quite literally, her wing arm fluttering with satisfaction. Most shifters can only manage full transformations, but... She cut off abruptly, as a familiar blue-haired figure zipped past the truck, trailing sparks of orange-gold magic that definitely didn't match his usual signature. Elliot moved so fast he was barely more than a colorful blur: purple pants, yellow shirt, one red boot and one green. The silver feathers in Zara's jewelry bristled like real feathers would, rising to attention as she tracked his movement. Well, that's my cue. But first... She grabbed Talia's arm, pulling her a few steps away from the truck. A word? Talia allowed herself to be led aside, though she remained acutely aware of Tak's presence behind them, the steady warmth of his magic a constant reminder. Listen, Zara's voice dropped to a whisper, her violet eyes darting meaningfully toward the taco truck. I know that look in your eyes when you talk about him. Just be careful, okay? Competition magic is volatile enough without adding romance to the mix. It's like trying to bake a souffle during an earthquake. Technically possible, but probably not wise. I don't know what you're talking about, Talia protested weakly, but her cheeks burned as Zara gave her a knowing look. Just remember what happened to the Fitzgerald twins in last year's showdown. Their mutual crush literally exploded into a shower of heart-shaped fireworks that turned all the judges' hair pink for a month. Before Talia could argue further, Zara stepped back, spreading her arms wide. The transformation was beautiful to watch, it always was. Glossy black feathers sprouted and spread like ink bleeding through paper, her form shrinking and reshaping until a magnificent raven stood in her place. With a single powerful beat of her wings, Zara launched herself skyward, banking sharply to follow Elliot's trail. Talia made her way back to the truck, where Tak had busied himself adjusting the temperature on his magical grill. She rested her elbows on the counter, and he mirrored her position from the other side. Their hands ended up mere inches apart, and Talia found herself hyper-aware of that small space between them. Do you think Zara will find anything useful? She asked, trying to focus on the matter at hand rather than how easy it would be to bridge that tiny gap. If anyone can, it's her, Tak replied, his fingers drumming a quiet rhythm on the counter. With each tap, they moved a fraction closer to Talia's hand. Though I'm more concerned about what she might discover. That magical residue. Doesn't feel right, Talia finished, nodding. The morning breeze carried another hint of that cheese scent, making them both wrinkle their noses. They stood in comfortable silence, watching Zara's dark form soar between the buildings of Moonshadow Hollow. Talia's pinky finger brushed against Tak's, and neither of them pulled away. The contact sent a tiny spark of magic skittering across the counter, making the nearby napkin dispenser hiccup confetti. Pico and Smasher, who had been unusually quiet during Zara's departure, exchanged knowing looks from their perch atop the truck's awning. For once they seemed to agree on something, though thankfully they kept their commentary to themselves. Tak watched Talia's delicate movements as she whisked the moon sugar into their latest experimental glaze. Her curls caught the afternoon sunlight streaming through the enchanted windows, creating a halo effect that made his stone heart skip. He forced his attention back to crushing the dried chilies, trying to maintain the perfect balance of heat and sweet they'd been developing. A little more cardamom? He held up the spice jar, pleased when Talia nodded without hesitation. Their rhythm in the kitchen had improved dramatically over the past week, and he found himself looking forward to these shared moments more than he cared to admit. Your timing's getting better, Talia said, accepting the measured spice with a smile that made his granite skin warm. Almost like you can read my mind now. Don't get too excited. I still can't figure out half your baker's shorthand. He gestured at her recipe book with flour-dusted fingers. The mysterious symbols had been haunting him since she'd first shown him the family recipe. Their playful banter cut short as the bakery door burst open with a gust of wind and black feathers. Zara Moonwillow practically tumbled in, her transformation from raven to human still in progress. A few stray feathers clung to her hair, and her violet eyes blazed with an intensity that made Tak take a protective step closer to Talia. You're never going to believe, Zara paused, catching her breath. She clutched an ancient-looking scroll to her chest, her silver feathered jewelry jingling with her excitement. Sorry about the dramatic entrance, but this couldn't wait. The magical ovens hummed anxiously, responding to Zara's energy as she approached the counter. Tak felt it too. Something about that scroll radiated old magic. Look familiar? Zara unfurled the yellowed parchment across their workspace, nearly knocking over the bowl of glaze. Tak's breath caught as his stone fingers traced the intricate patterns. These symbols, they're identical to the ones in Talia's book. The swirling marks and crystalline structures matched perfectly, down to the smallest detail. I followed the magical residue we've been sensing around town, Zara explained, her feather earrings swaying as she gestured enthusiastically. It led me to this hidden archive beneath the library. The whole place was filled with texts about ancient cooking magic, but this, she tapped the scroll, this mentioned something called Moonlight's Breath. The name sent a ripple through the kitchen. The mixing bowls trembled, and the enchanted whisk Talia had been using spun in place. That's not all. Zara leaned forward, lowering her voice despite them being alone in the bakery. The spice was supposedly used in ceremonies during the first Moonshadow showdowns. It enhanced magical fusion between different types of practitioners. As if responding to Zara's words, Talia's recipe book suddenly fluttered open. The pages riffled on their own until settling on her grandmother's recipe. New text appeared, shimmering with silvery light that reminded Tak of moonbeams on water. Oh my gods, Talia whispered, her fingers hovering over the glowing script. My grandmother's notes, they're mentioning Moonlight's Breath too. Look at this part about binding unlike magics in harmony. Tak's mind raced as he considered their recent experiments. The golden shimmer we keep seeing when our magic combines, he glanced at their bowl of glaze, which had started to emit a subtle glow. Could that be related? The text said the spice revealed natural magical connections, Zara added, her eyes darting between them meaningfully. Before Tak could process that implication, the experimental treats they'd been working on began to pulse with an ethereal light. The moonsugar crystals in their glaze resonated with a soft chime, and threads of gold and silver magic wove through the air between him and Talia. I've never seen anything like this, Talia breathed, watching as the magic danced around them. Tak hadn't either, but something about it felt right, like their magic had been waiting for this moment to truly harmonize. The warm tingle in his stone skin intensified wherever the combined magic touched him, and he noticed Talia's cheeks flushing with a similar reaction. The archive had more scrolls, Zara said, breaking the spellbound moment. But I couldn't grab them all without attracting attention. Some looked like they had information about specific recipes using Moonlight's Breath. The magical display gradually settled, leaving their treats glowing with a subtle luminescence that reminded Tak of stars reflected in still water. He found himself wondering what other possibilities might unfold if they could harness this ancient magic properly. We should document this reaction, he said, reaching for Talia's notebook. His fingers brushed hers as she had the same thought, sending another spark of golden magic shimmering between them. Tak noticed the change in Zara first. Her silver feather earrings suddenly stood on end like hackles rising on a guard dog. His own stone senses tingled in response, picking up the subtle shift in the bakery's magical atmosphere. The protective charms woven into the building's foundation flickered like candlelight in a breeze. Someone's watching, Zara whispered, her voice taking on a raspy avian quality. Without thinking, Tak shifted closer to Talia, his broad shoulders casting a protective shadow over their experimental treats. He caught the subtle scent of her vanilla and spice perfume as she quickly gathered her grandmother's recipe book, tucking it safely into a drawer enchanted with a lock that responded only to her touch. The magical measuring spoons hanging on the wall began to chime discordantly, their usual melodic tinkling transformed into an anxious jangling. Through the bakery's enchanted windows, designed to show both the physical world and traces of magical energy, Tak spotted a flash of electric blue hair ducking between the lengthening shadows of early evening. Elliot, he growled, the sound rumbling through his stone chest. The sprite's presence set his teeth on edge, especially after the public practice incident that had nearly ruined their fusion pastries. The magical disturbance grew stronger as Elliot darted closer to peek inside. Tack watched as the decorative sugar flowers Talia had crafted began to spin and wobble on their display stands. The sprite's chaos magic always had this effect, turning even the most stable enchantments slightly sideways. "That little troublemaker's been skulking around all week," Talia muttered, her hand brushing against Tack's arm as she leaned forward to get a better look. The contact sent a spark of their newly discovered golden magic dancing between them, and he had to force himself to stay focused on the threat outside. Beside them, Zara's transformation began, subtle at first, then more pronounced. Her violet eyes enlarged and sharpened, taking on the keen gaze of her raven form. Glossy black feathers sprouted along her arms as she carefully rolled up the ancient scroll, which crackled with residual magic under her touch. "I'll track him," she said, her voice carrying an echo of her bird call. "He's been too interested in your practice sessions lately. Time we found out why." The enchanted bell above the door chimed in warning as another wave of chaos magic washed over the bakery. Tack instinctively placed his hand on the small of Talia's back, steadying her as the magical turbulence made the floor vibrate. Their combined magic responded instantly, creating a small bubble of stability around them. "Your wards are holding," he assured her, noting how the protection spells she'd woven into the walls pulsed stronger, pushing back against Elliot's influence. He'd always admired the intricate layering of her magical defenses, the way she'd braided protective charms into every aspect of her bakery. A high-pitched giggle filtered through the enchanted glass, accompanied by the distinct smell of mischief, like sparklers and spun sugar. The magical measuring spoons performed one final agitated dance before settling back into their usual gentle sway. "He's moving toward Moonflower Lane," Zara reported, now poised by the door with feathers rippling along her shoulders. The scroll was safely tucked into her leather satchel, though Tack could still feel its ancient power humming in harmony with their experimental treats. Outside, the sprite's blue hair vanished into the deepening dusk, but his laughter lingered like the echo of breaking glass. Tack remained still, his hand resting protectively against Talia's back, while Zara stood sentinel at the door, her transformed eyes gleaming in the fading light. None of them moved until the last traces of chaos magic dissipated from the air, leaving only the familiar warm glow of Talia's bakery enchantments. The golden threads of their combined magic continued to dance around their experimental treats, now carrying an undertone of defensive energy that made the moonsugar crystals shine even brighter. Tack couldn't help but notice how perfectly Talia fit against his side, her presence as natural as the magic flowing between them. Chapter 6, Queso Calamity. The evening light filtering through Bewitched Bake's windows cast dancing shadows across the counter where Talia and Tack worked side by side. Their latest creation, a delicate fusion of his smoky chipotle chocolate and her enchanted vanilla bean, swirled with promising golden spirals. "The magic feels different tonight," Talia murmured, watching the way their combined energies painted the air with shimmering patterns. "More synchronized." Tack's stone features softened as he nodded. "Like the ingredients finally trust each other." His shoulder brushed against hers as he reached for the mixing bowl, sending a flutter through her chest that had nothing to do with magic. A dark shape darted past the window, drawing Talia's attention. "Did you see?" "Probably just Zara doing her evening patrol." Tack's focus remained on their work, his hand steady as he folded the mixture. "Though I still can't believe your best friend's been moonlighting as our security detail." "She's protective." Talia grinned, sneaking a glance at his concentrated expression. "And nosy." "Mostly nosy." Their peaceful rhythm shattered as Pico materialized atop the counter, his salsa-formed body rippling with agitation. "Boss, that sneaky avocado menace is raiding the spice rack again." Before Talia could respond, Smasher's gravelly voice echoed from the pantry. "Am not. I'm conducting a strategic inventory assessment." "Sure, if assessment means making everything taste like guacamole." Pico zipped toward the pantry, trailing drops of hot sauce. Talia caught Tack's eye and had to bite back a laugh at his long-suffering expression. Their accidental imp creation had certainly made life more interesting, if not exactly easier. The kitchen's magical ambiance shifted subtly, a discordant note in the usual harmonious hum. Talia frowned, reaching out with her magical senses. Something felt off, like the air before a storm. A resounding crash from outside made them both jump. Through the window, Talia spotted a familiar flash of electric blue hair disappearing around the corner, toward the enchanted kitchen. Was that Elliot? Tack growled, his stone skin taking on a darker hue. What's that troublemaking sprite up to now? Before they could investigate, a black blur streaked past the window. Seconds later, the glass exploded inward in a shower of crystalline shards and swirling black feathers. Zara materialized mid-transformation, her violet eyes wild with urgency. The cauldron, she gasped, still shaking loose feathers from her hair. He's got some kind of magical catalyst. A distant boom cut off her warning, followed by an ominous bubbling sound that seemed to vibrate through the floor. Golden light pulsed from the direction of the enchanted kitchen, eerily similar to the shimmer Talia had noticed in her grandmother's recipe book. No, Talia whispered, recognition dawning. That's not possible. What isn't? Tack's hand found her shoulder, steady and grounding. The recipe, the one I've been trying to decode. It mentioned a golden resonance, exactly like that light. She met Zara's knowing gaze. This is what you were trying to tell us about, isn't it? Zara nodded grimly. I found references to an ancient magical spice in the town archives. Something about binding cheese magic to create, well, the texts weren't specific but nothing good. Another boom shook the building, closer this time. Through the broken window, they could see the queso cauldron's glow intensifying, molten cheese beginning to overflow its rim in defiance of its usual enchantments. Pico and Smasher zipped back into view, their usual bickering forgotten as they pressed against the far wall. Boss? Pico's voice wavered. I don't think cheese is supposed to do that. The cauldron's contents surged upward in a golden fountain, and Talia caught a glimpse of Elliot hovering nearby, his expression shifting from mischievous glee to dawning horror as the magic clearly exceeded his expectations. We need to contain it, Tack said, already moving toward the door. Before whatever he's done gets out of control. Talia grabbed her enchanted whisk. It wasn't much, but it was better than facing unknown magic empty-handed. Zara, can you? Already on it. Her friend's form blurred back into raven shape, shooting through the window to get a better view of the situation. As they raced toward the enchanted kitchen, Talia's mind raced through possible countermeasures. But the golden light pulsing from ahead matched too perfectly with her grandmother's warnings about old magic and cheese-based catastrophes. Whatever Elliot had unleashed, she had a sinking feeling they were about to face something far worse than a simple magical cooking mishap. Time slowed to a syrupy crawl as Talia watched the cheese rise from the cauldron. The golden light that had seemed merely concerning moments ago now pulsed with an ancient, hungry energy that made her magical senses scream in warning. Before she could move, Tack's solid form pressed her backward, his stone skin catching the eerie glow like polished hematite. That's not just enchanted queso anymore, she whispered, her fingers clutching her whisk so tightly her knuckles went white. The cheese column twisted, stretching upward with deliberate purpose, defying both gravity and common sense. As the mass took shape, Talia's breath caught. Two massive eyes opened in what could generously be called its head, burning the same yellow-orange as the text that had appeared in her grandmother's recipe book. The coincidence sent chills down her spine. Molten strands of cheese stretched and snapped as the creature moved, each motion accompanied by bubbling pops that reminded her of boiling fondue gone horribly wrong. Oh, this is perfect. Elliot's high-pitched laughter rang through the enchanted kitchen. See how you handled this little addition to your competition prep, his words cut off, as the monster continued to grow, its form expanding well beyond the sprite's apparent expectations. Talia felt the shift in magical energy, as the creature began absorbing power from their earlier practice sessions. Half-finished enchantments and lingering spellwork dissolved into its mass like sugar in hot tea. Even Elliot's cocky grin faltered as he fluttered backward, his wings buzzing with nervous energy. Talia. Zara's voice carried a note of urgency she'd never heard before. Her friend had landed beside them, human once more, but the silver feathers adorning her ears and throat trembled visibly. It's responding to your magic, specifically. Whatever this thing is, it's old. Really old. The monster turned its molten head toward them, as if acknowledging Zara's observation. Talia's magical signature hummed in response, an unwanted resonance that made her skin prickle. The recipe, she said. It has to be connected to whatever my grandmother was warning about. Around them, the kitchen descended into chaos. Enchanted whisks spun like deranged tops, sending batter splattering across walls. Ovens flared to life, their magical flames burning in impossible colors. Ingredients launched themselves from shelves, creating an orbital debris field of flour, spices, and cooking tools. This is bad, boss. Pico materialized beside her shoulder, his usual playful demeanor replaced by something approaching actual concern. Like really bad. Smasher emerged from behind an overturned mixing bowl, his chunky green form unusually subdued. Hate to agree with the hot sauce horror, but he's right. That thing's got more magical kick than my secret spice blend. The monster advanced, its cheese-dripping form growing with each magical tool it absorbed. Talia found herself backing up alongside Tack, their shoulders brushing. Zara moved with them, her eyes darting around for escape routes. Even Elliot, looking significantly less pleased with his prank now, had descended to hover near their group. Any brilliant ideas? Tack's low voice rumbled beside her as their backs hit the kitchen wall. His solid presence should have been reassuring, but Talia could feel the tension in his stance. The queso monster loomed over them, its massive form nearly touching the ceiling. It radiated an ancient power that felt disconcertingly familiar, like a half-remembered dream. Or, Talia realized with growing dread, like the magical signature that appeared whenever she and Tack combined their abilities. Their latest fusion creation still sat unfinished on the counter, its golden swirls now echoing the monster's pulsing glow. As she watched, the creature absorbed another floating whisk, growing even larger. Their competition preparations, all that carefully balanced magic, were literally feeding the beast. I might have one idea, Talia murmured, gripping her whisk tighter as the monster's molten cheese body continued to expand. But you're probably not going to like it. The monster's eyes fixed on her, and in that moment, Talia understood with perfect clarity that this was more than just a magical accident. This was a test, one her grandmother had apparently seen coming. Now she just had to figure out how to pass it before they all ended up as garnish in the world's largest enchanted queso dip. Through stone-gray eyes, Tack watched in mounting horror as the queso monster erupted through the enchanted kitchen ceiling. Molten cheese dripped between ancient wooden beams, the creature's mass casting warped shadows that danced across Moonshadow Square like a twisted puppet show. His crystalline skin prickled with the surge of wild magic, raw and uncontrolled, nothing like the careful craft he poured into his recipes. Sweet mother of masa, he muttered, instinctively reaching for Talia beside him. Mayor Brightspark zipped overhead, her wings creating prismatic patterns in the afternoon light. Everyone remained calm. Her voice carried despite its tremor. Please proceed to the designated safety zones in an orderly, she yelped, as a glob of cheese narrowly missed her glittering heels. The brooch at her collar flashed urgent patterns of red and gold, setting off answering pulses from the warning crystals mounted on nearby buildings. Citizens scattered like startled pigeons, though a few remained frozen, phones raised to capture the chaos. Tack felt Talia's presence before he saw her step up beside him. The familiar warmth of her magic reached out to his, their energies intertwining with an ease that still surprised him. Her wild curls danced with magical static, and her green eyes blazed with determination. Any bright ideas? She asked, not taking her eyes off the monster. Besides not becoming queso dip? Working on it. The creature's head swiveled toward them, cheese drip antennae twitching. Its yellow-orange eyes fixed on their position with unsettling intelligence. Incoming! Talia shouted as 3 tendrils of molten cheese whipped toward them. Before either could react, a streak of red and green shot between them and the monster. Pico and Smasher, moving in perfect sync, created a zigzagging barrier of alternating salsa flame and guacamole waves. The cheese tendrils recoiled, sizzling where they'd struck the defensive wall. "Ha! Take that, you processed cheese product!" Pico crowed, his flame hair crackling with excitement. Smasher rolled his avocado pit eyes but maintained formation. "Less gloating, more guarding, darling." Tak couldn't help a slight smile. Who knew it would take mortal danger to get those two working together? His amusement vanished as the monster lurched toward Old Man Jenkins's enchanted tortilla chip cart. The vendor had already fled, but his magical wares remained. "No, no, no," Tak's warning came too late. The monster engulfed the cart whole, its form swelling like bread dough left to prove too long. The magical chips crackled as they dissolved into its mass, and its eyes blazed brighter. Each enchanted chip seemed to add another layer of chaos to its already unstable magic. "It's targeting magical food," Tak called out, his stone skin humming with the increased magical discharge. "We need to?" A high-pitched scream cut through his tactical assessment. A group of young shifter cubs had been practicing their transformations in the park. Now trapped between a shop wall and the approaching monster, they huddled together, too panicked to change form. Talia moved before Tak could blink, her hands weaving familiar baking patterns in the air. Sugar crystallized from nothing, forming a translucent dome over the children. The monster's cheese tendril bounced off harmlessly, leaving only a smear of queso that slowly slid down the sweetened shield. Watching her work, so confident and capable, Tak felt something shift in his stone chest. The way she'd acted without hesitation, her magic adapting instantly to protect rather than create, it was like watching a master chef plate their signature dish. Perfect, practiced, and somehow still surprising. "Stop staring and help me maintain this shield," Talia called, snapping him back to action. "Unless you want these kids to become nachos." Tak planted his feet and channeled his magic into her sugar construct, their powers merging once again. The shield took on a marble-like quality where their magics met, stronger than either could manage alone. The queso monster roared, a sound like bubbling cheese mixed with a garbage disposal, and slammed another tendril against their defense. The impact sent tremors through Tak's crystalline form, but the shield held. A familiar caw overhead drew his attention to Zara, who swooped down in raven form to land on a nearby lamppost. She shifted back to human form in one fluid motion, her violet eyes wide with recognition. "That magical signature," she called down to them. "It's the same as—" The monster's next attack cut her off, sending her scrambling back into bird form as the lamppost melted under a wave of enchanted cheese. Tak gritted his teeth, feeling the strain of maintaining the shield while trying to process this new information. Whatever this creature was, it wasn't just some random magical accident. And somehow, it was connected to the mysteries they'd been unraveling. He glanced at Talia, saw the same realization dawning in her eyes. They'd have to figure out the connection later, assuming they survived the next few minutes. Right now, they had a town to defend and children to protect, and he wasn't about to let either Talia or Moonshadow hollow down. The monster gathered itself for another assault, its form now towering over the square's central fountain. Magical energy crackled around it like heat lightning, and the air filled with the scent of scorched corn tortillas and melting enchantments. Tak's crystalline fingers tightened around a fallen beam, using it to brace himself as another wave of magical energy pulsed through the square. Years of crafting enchanted tacos had taught him to read magical signatures like recipes, and this one was definitely off. Too volatile, too raw, like someone had thrown together powerful ingredients without understanding how they'd react. "Left flank," he called out, his deep voice cutting through the chaos. Pico shot forward, a streak of salsa-red fury that intercepted a cheese tendril before it could crush a flower cart. His flames sizzled against the monster's bulk, creating a temporary barrier of steam and spice. "Darling, do try to be more precise with your aim," Smasher critiqued from his position atop a nearby awning. The guacamole imp's lime green form rippled as he generated another platform, this one catching debris before it could rain down on the evacuating citizens. Tak had to admit, the imps were proving surprisingly useful. Their accidental creation might have been chaos incarnate in the kitchen, but in battle? They moved like they'd been training for this their whole, admittedly brief lives. A familiar sugar-sweet scent wrapped around him, as Talia's magic surged past, crystallizing the air in strategic patterns that contained and redirected the monster's wild attacks. Her spellwork had the same precise beauty as her pastries, each gesture calculated and graceful. Tak found himself tracking her movements, even as he reinforced the square's structural weak points with his own magic. The monster lurched suddenly, its massive form twisting toward bewitched bakes. Tak's heart seized. The bakery's walls were saturated with years of accumulated magic, exactly the kind of energy the creature seemed drawn to. Without thinking, he launched himself forward, his stone skin hardening to its densest form as he braced against a massive tendril of molten cheese. Heat seared across his crystalline surface, but he held firm. Behind him, Talia's sharp intake of breath made his resolve strengthen even as his joints creaked with strain. He wouldn't let her lose her shop, not while he still had strength in his body. Tak. Her voice carried equal parts worry and frustration. You stone-headed fool, you'll get yourself melted. Better me than your life's work, he grunted, shifting his stance to better distribute the monster's weight. His gargoyle heritage gave him incredible strength, but even he had limits. Incoming assistance. Smasher's voice rang out as 3 perfectly spaced guacamole platforms materialized in rapid succession. The imp's precise architectural eye rivaled Tak's own. Up you go, darlings! Pico zipped between the platforms, leaving trails of flame that helped corral the monster's movements. Less architecture, more action, you green glory hog. Their bickering continued, but Tak noticed how perfectly their attacks synchronized despite it. He filed that observation away, as he and Talia used the platforms to gain higher ground. From their new vantage point, Tak could better analyze the creature's movement patterns. Its magic seems most unstable around the edges, he noted, his craftsman's eye picking out weak points in its form. Like badly tempered chocolate, Talia agreed, her hands already weaving another containment spell. Their magic reached out simultaneously, his steady earthen power meeting her swift, sweet energy. Instead of their usual careful blend, something new happened. Their spells collided and amplified, creating a rippling barrier that actually pushed the monster backward. The creature roared in genuine distress for the first time since its appearance. Tak turned to Talia, finding his own surprise mirrored in her wide green eyes. Did we just create a whole new form of fusion magic while fighting for our lives? Yeah, I think we did. A grin spread across her flour-dusted face, and Tak felt his stone heart skip a beat. Their moment of triumph was short-lived. The monster, apparently deciding that if it couldn't reach the magical food sources directly, it would bring them down instead, slammed its bulk against the nearest building's foundation. Magical energy crackled ominously, as ancient enchantments began to fail. The support spells are unraveling. Tak moved instantly, his crafting magic flowing into the stressed structures. Years of maintaining his food truck's enhancement charms had given him an intimate understanding of how magic and material work together. His power sank into stone and wood, reinforcing failing spells and strengthening physical bonds. Talia's sugar shields appeared around him as he worked, deflecting debris and magical backlash. They moved in perfect sync now, covering each other's blind spots without need for discussion. Even Pico and Smasher had settled into a rhythm, their opposing elements creating perfect containment patterns around the square's perimeter. But the monster was learning too. Each attack grew more focused, more strategic. It drove them steadily backward, until they found themselves in the center of the square, the fountain's enchanted water spraying behind them. Tak assessed their position with the same careful attention he gave his recipes. They were cornered, yes, but they also had everything they needed: water from the fountain, their combined magic, and 2 elementally opposed imps whose powers complemented their own. He turned to Talia, finding her already looking at him with that same spark of understanding in her eyes. Their earlier magical fusion hadn't been an accident. It was a preview of what they could really do together. Ready to try something incredibly risky? He asked, extending his hand toward her. With you? Always. Her fingers interlaced with his, warm skin against cool stone, their magic already beginning to hum in harmony. Pico and Smasher took up positions on either side without being asked, their own powers building in mirror opposition. The monster loomed before them, its cheese drip antennae twitching as it sensed the gathering power. Talia's heart thundered in sync with the fountain's magical pulse, as she edged backward, her fingers gripping the cool stone rim. The square had emptied of townspeople, leaving only scattered evidence of their panic: overturned chairs, abandoned shopping bags, and the lingering scent of fear mixed with molten cheese. Any brilliant ideas? She glanced at Tak, whose usually stoic expression had shifted into something more determined. His granite skin caught the moonlight, bands of iron and gold shimmering as magic gathered in his hands. Several. None of them good. His deep voice carried an unexpected note of humor. But I'm starting to think our previous kitchen disasters were actually decent practice for this. The queso monster loomed above them, its body rippling like liquid gold gone wrong. Those unsettling yellow-orange eyes fixed on them with predatory interest, tracking the way their individual magical signatures danced and sparked. Strings of cheese dripped from its massive form, sizzling where they hit the cobblestones. At least it's not critiquing our technique, Talia muttered, remembering their earlier cooking mishaps. She felt her own magic rising, answering the call of Tak's earthen power. Incoming. Pico's voice crackled like flames as he zipped to one side of the fountain. The tiny salsa imp's usual mischief had transformed into fierce focus, his fiery hair casting ruby reflections across the water's surface. Smasher claimed the opposite position, his chunky green form surprisingly graceful as he hovered. If you two are done with the witty banter, perhaps we could address the literal cheese monster? The guacamole imp's tortilla wings fluttered, stirring the fountain spray into emerald-tinted mist. They've got a point, Tak said, shifting closer. His fingers brushed against hers, and Talia's breath caught as their magic instantly synchronized. The now familiar golden glow spread between them, warm and electric. The fountain responded, its water beginning to spiral upward in a glittering helix that matched the rhythm of their combined power. The queso monster's head tilted, its whole form quivering with interest. Then it charged, moving with shocking speed for something its size. Cheese splattered in its wake, and Talia caught the distinct scent of jalapenos and something older, something that reminded her of her grandmother's mysterious recipe. Tak's shoulder pressed against hers as they moved in perfect sync, no longer fighting each other's magical styles but letting them flow together. The fountain's water curved between them, forming a shimmering conductor that amplified their power. Ready? Tak asked, his voice low and steady beside her. Talia nodded, already calling up her sweetcraft magic. Crystallized sugar structures sprouted from the ground, their faceted surfaces gleaming with captured moonlight. Each barrier rose in a precise pattern, guided by both her intent and Tak's subtle adjustments. Where her sugar crystals might have been too brittle alone, his stone-crafted deflection points reinforced them, creating a complex defensive network. Your left. Pico shot past, leaving a trail of spicy sparks that made the monster hesitate momentarily. Smasher darted in from the right, his presence causing the fountain spray to form a temporary green shield. Less architecture, more action. This thing's not going to admire your artistic vision. The monster reared back, its body stretching upward until it nearly blotted out the moon. Cheese began raining down like molten projectiles, and Talia felt Tak's magic surge protectively. Their combined shield of sugar crystal and stone deflected most of the assault, but the heat was intense enough to start melting her constructs. We need to redirect it, Talia said, watching how the monster's attacks followed their magical signature. It's drawn to our combined power, like it's hungry for it. Hungry? Tak's tone sharpened with realization. That's it. Talia, do you trust me? She turned to meet his gaze, noting how the golden light of their magic softened his stone features. Against my better judgment, yes. Then follow my lead. His fingers tightened around hers, as he began drawing their power through the fountain spiral, changing its pattern. Let's give it something to chase. Understanding clicked. Talia matched his movements, letting their magic weave together more completely. The fountain's water began to shimmer with possibility, carrying hints of both her sweet craft and his earth magic. Together, they were creating something entirely new, just like they had when they accidentally brought Pico and Smasher into being. The queso monster charged toward their first magical anchor point, exactly as Tack had predicted. Talia felt the impact vibrate through her bones, as the creature's molten mass collided with their combined barrier. The fountain's spray created rainbow prisms in the moonlight, each droplet carrying traces of their golden magic. "It's working." She couldn't keep the excitement from her voice, even as her arms trembled from maintaining the complex magical matrix. The monster bounced off their second barrier, its cheesy form wobbling more noticeably now. Tack's solid presence beside her steadied her stance. "Don't celebrate yet. Look at how it's moving, getting more erratic with each hit." He was right. The creature's trajectory became increasingly unpredictable, its body stretching and contracting like taffy gone wrong. Each impact sent shockwaves of magical feedback through their linked hands, making Talia's teeth chatter. A familiar caw pierced the air above them. Talia glanced up to see Zara's sleek form circling urgently, her wings cutting through the mist rising from their magical fountain. The raven's next series of calls made Talia's heart skip. She'd recognize her best friend's eureka tone anywhere. "The scrolls? The pattern matches the scrolls." The golden light surrounding them pulsed brighter at Zara's words, as if responding to some hidden truth. Talia's mind raced, pieces clicking together like ingredients in a perfect recipe. The way the monster moved, how it seemed drawn to their combined magic, it reminded her of the mysterious notes in her grandmother's recipe about moonlight's breath spice and its peculiar reactions. "Tack," she gasped, watching the fountain's water begin swirling in a more deliberate pattern. "I think I know what's happening. The monster's not just attacking, it's searching for something specific." Before she could elaborate, a glob of molten cheese splattered dangerously close to their position. Pico shot past, leaving a trail of spicy sparks that temporarily hardened the cheese. "Less theorizing, more moving," the salsa imp called out. On their other side, Smasher created a cooling breeze with his tortilla chip wings, helping to solidify more of the monster's projectiles. "For once I agree with the hot sauce," he quipped, though his usual sass carried an edge of genuine concern. The two imps moved in perfect sync, their natural elements combining to create safe passages through the chaos. Where Pico's heat hardened the cheese, Smasher's cooling presence kept it from remelting, forming temporary bridges and shields. Talia's legs felt increasingly wobbly, her magical reserves draining faster than she'd expected. She stumbled slightly, but Tack's arm was instantly around her waist, supporting her weight while never breaking their magical connection. "We need to move," he murmured, his voice tight with concern. "Can you maintain the pattern while we back away?" She nodded, though even that small movement took effort. They began their careful retreat, steps perfectly matched as they maintained the complex web of magic anchored by the fountain. Their combined power never wavered, though Talia could feel sweat beading on her forehead from the strain. A frustrated roar from the monster made the square's windows rattle. Talia barely registered it. Her attention had suddenly locked onto her bag, where her grandmother's recipe book was glowing with an identical golden light to their combined magic. The book's leather cover seemed to pulse in rhythm with their power, like a heartbeat answering their call. "Did you see?" she started to ask, but Tack was already nodding. "Your book. It's resonating with us." His grip tightened protectively around her waist as they took another step back. Just like the fountain's water. The monster thrashed against their magical network, its form becoming more unstable with each impact. Cheese dripped from its massive body in long ropey strands, and its eyes flickered between orange and that familiar golden hue. Pico and Smasher flanked them as they retreated, maintaining their protective formation without a single squabble. The salsa imp's flames burned steady and focused, while Smasher's usually dramatic flair had transformed into precise, efficient movements. "Whatever you're planning," Smasher called out, deflecting a cheese projectile with a well-timed gust, "perhaps do it before we all become part of the world's largest nachos?" Talia's fingers tightened around Tack's, as her mind raced through possibilities. The book's glow, the fountain's response, the monster's fixation on their combined magic, it all connected to her grandmother's cryptic notes about magical fusion and the ancient spice. She just needed to figure out how. Above them, Zara's urgent cause continued, confirming Talia's suspicions. Something in those old scrolls held the key to understanding what they faced. But first, they needed to reach safety without breaking their magical connection or losing control of the increasingly unstable creature. The monster slammed against another barrier, and Talia's knees nearly buckled from the magical backlash. Only Tak's steady support kept her upright as they continued their careful retreat, their golden magic lighting up the square like a second moon. Chapter 7, Let Us Reflect. Talia's legs trembled with each step into the moonlit grove, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from the ethereal sight before them. Luminescent flowers carpeted the ground, their petals casting a soft, silvery glow that seemed to strengthen as she and Tak approached. Her grandmother had often spoken of this place, but experiencing it firsthand left her breathless. "The stones," she whispered, noticing how the ancient monoliths lining the path pulsed with a subtle light that matched their combined magical signature. "They're responding to us." Tak's steady presence beside her radiated warmth despite his stone exterior. "Like they've been waiting," he agreed, his deep voice barely disturbing the grove's peaceful atmosphere. A gentle tug at her shoulder made Talia gasp. Her bag had opened on its own, and the fairy-lit recipe book floated out, its pages ruffling in a non-existent breeze. The book hovered between them, pages turning of their own accord, until they settled on her grandmother's mysterious recipe. Under the grove's natural moonlight, the familiar golden script blazed brighter than ever. "I've never seen it do that before," Talia admitted, reaching for the book but not quite touching it. The magical energy emanating from its pages tingled against her skin. They made their way to the reflecting pool at the grove's center, their exhausted bodies grateful for the chance to rest. As they settled on the smooth stone border, Talia felt her magical aura naturally aligning with Tak's, creating that now familiar golden glow. The pool's surface responded immediately, rippling despite the still air. She leaned forward, fascinated by the way the water formed patterns that perfectly matched the cryptic symbols in her grandmother's recipe. "Look at this," she breathed, pointing to a particularly intricate design. "These swirls, they're exactly like..." Her words caught in her throat as Tak's hands covered hers on the book's edges. His touch, though made of stone, carried a gentleness that made her heart flutter. Where their skin met, new words began appearing in the margins of the recipe, flowing across the page like honey. "Opposing forces, when properly balanced, create strength beyond measure," Tak read aloud, his thumb absently tracing circles on her wrist. "Earth grounds what moon elevates. Stone protects what magic transforms." A sudden movement caught Talia's attention. The grove's flowers had begun to sway and dance, their petals breaking free to swirl through the air in deliberate patterns. Her breath caught as she recognized the shapes they formed, the same spirals and curves her grandmother used to pipe onto her special occasion cakes. "These patterns," she said, watching the petals dance. "They're just like..." She broke off, mesmerized by how the floating petals mirrored the way their magic flowed together, golden light weaving between the silver moonlight in perfect harmony. The stone beneath them hummed with energy, and Tak straightened, his crafting instincts clearly triggered. "The runes," he said, nodding toward the nearest monolith. Ancient symbols carved into its surface had begun glowing one by one, creating a circle of light around the reflecting pool. "Can you read them?" Talia asked, noticing how his eyes tracked each illuminated symbol with recognition. "Some," he replied, brow furrowed in concentration. "They're talking about balance, earth and moon magic working in tandem. See this symbol here?" He pointed to a particularly complex rune. "It represents the grounding force of stonecraft, but it's intertwined with marks for lunar energy." Talia shifted closer, drawn by his quiet enthusiasm. This was a side of Tak she rarely saw, the craftsman who understood the ancient language of stone and earth. The runes continued lighting up, creating a story in symbols around them. "There's more," he continued, his voice taking on a teacher's patient tone. "This sequence here speaks of transformation, how opposing elements can strengthen each other instead of clashing. His finger traced a series of interconnected marks. Earth magic anchors lunar power, while moon magic helps Earth transcend its natural limitations. The golden light surrounding them pulsed brighter with his words, and Talia felt their magical connection deepen. The book in their joined hands seemed to hum with approval, its pages giving off a warm glow that matched the ancient runes. Around them, the dancing flower petals began moving with more purpose, forming complex three-dimensional patterns that hung in the air like silver stars. Each formation seemed to represent a different aspect of magical fusion: earth and moon, stone and spell, strength and transformation. The reflecting pool's surface had become completely still, creating a perfect mirror of the moonlit sky above. But instead of stars, Talia saw their combined magical signature reflected back at them, golden light weaving through silver in an endless dance of balance and harmony. The reflecting pool's surface rippled again, but this time the movement came from within. Talia leaned closer, her breath catching as images began to form in the silvery water. The scenes were hazy at first, like watching through frosted glass, but they quickly sharpened into vivid memories. That's my grandmother," Talia whispered, recognizing the familiar figure moving through what appeared to be an older version of her bakery's kitchen. In the pool's reflection, her grandmother's hands danced through the air, trailing familiar golden light, the same light that now surrounded Talia and Tak. But there was something else, something Talia had never seen in any of her family's baking traditions. Her grandmother's magic wove through and around rough-hewn crystals and stone formations that pulsed with earthen energy. She was combining magical disciplines, Tak murmured, his voice filled with quiet awe, moon magic and stonecraft just like us, Talia finished, watching as her grandmother created intricate patterns of light and crystal that sparked with raw magical potential. The images shifted, showing her grandmother working alongside someone whose hands bore the same stone-like texture as Tak's. Together, they created something that radiated pure magical harmony. Talia's eyes widened as understanding struck her like a bolt of lightning. The moonlight's breath, it's not a spice at all. She turned to face Tak, her heart racing with excitement. The final ingredient is this, she gestured to the golden light surrounding them, the resonance created when our magics work together. The recipe book's pages blazed with brilliant light, as if celebrating her discovery. New text appeared, flowing across the page in her grandmother's elegant handwriting. True harmony cannot be measured or bottled. It must be created anew each time, born from trust and understanding between opposing forces. A distant crash shattered the grove's serenity, followed by the unmistakable sound of the queso monster's roar. The peaceful light around them flickered, and Talia felt her stomach clench with worry for their town. The reflecting pool's surface rippled, its images dissolving into scattered moonlight. Tak stood, pulling her gently to her feet, his hand still warm and steady around hers. As they rose, the ancient stone surrounding them began to hum, the sound perfectly matching the frequency of their combined magical signature. The recipe book's pages fluttered rapidly, absorbing the harmonic resonance. When they settled, Talia saw that the final section of the recipe had filled in completely, revealing instructions she somehow knew would be crucial for facing the monster. Hello? Magical breakthrough happening over here. Smasher's voice cut through their moment of discovery. Talia had almost forgotten about the two imps, who had been uncharacteristically quiet during their revelation. Pico bounced excitedly on a nearby stone. Watch and learn, boss lady. The two imps, usually locked in constant rivalry, moved to the center of the clearing. Pico's fiery salsa essence flared as he began to spin, while Smasher's creamy guacamole form flowed in perfect counterpoint. Their opposing energies, fire and cream, spice and cool, wove together in an intricate dance that created something entirely new. Where their energies met, golden sparks flew, forming patterns that matched the recipe's instructions perfectly. See? Smasher called out, executing a particularly dramatic twirl. Even we figured it out. And if these two can manage it, Pico added, synchronized perfectly with his former rival, you two definitely can. Talia turned to Tak, finding in his eyes the same mix of determination and understanding that she felt. They had the answer now, the way to stop the queso monster, but it would require more than just combining their magic. They would need to trust each other completely, to move and think as one, achieving the same perfect harmony they'd just witnessed. The grove's moonlight seemed to intensify around them as they gathered their things, casting a protective silver glow over their figures. The ancient stones hummed one final note of encouragement as they headed toward the path leading back to town. Talia clutched the recipe book to her chest, its pages still warm with absorbed knowledge, while Tak's hand remained steadfast in hers. "Ready?" he asked simply, his voice carrying all the weight of what lay ahead. Talia squeezed his hand, feeling their magical resonance pulse stronger with the gesture. "Ready." Behind them, Pico and Smasher fell into step, their usual bickering replaced by focused determination. The grove's light followed them to the path's edge, illuminating their way forward like a blessing from the ancient magic that resided there. Another crash echoed from town, closer this time. But instead of fear, Talia felt only certainty. They had found their answer in this sacred space, discovered the truth about harmony and balance that her grandmother had known all along. Now it was time to put that knowledge to the test. Tak barely had time to dodge as Zara burst through the kitchen window in her raven form, black feathers gleaming in the afternoon light. She transformed mid-swoop, landing gracefully on her feet with an ancient scroll clutched to her chest. Her usual cool demeanor was replaced by an intense urgency that made his stone skin prickle. "Found it," she announced, spreading the weathered parchment across their workstation. "The moonlight's breath spice, it's not just a flavoring. Ancient magical communities used it to bind and stabilize volatile enchantments." Tak leaned forward, his fingers tracing the faded illustrations. "These patterns, they match the energy signatures we've been creating." "Exactly." Zara's violet eyes flickered between him and Talia. "When your magic combines, it produces the same golden resonance described in these texts. That's why the queso monster reacts so strongly to your joint spellwork." After sharing a few more crucial details about the spice's proper handling, Zara shifted back to her raven form and took off through the window, leaving them with the ancient recipe and a shimmer of black feathers in her wake. Tak turned to Talia, noting the determined set of her jaw. Without a word, they fell into step around the kitchen, moving with an ease that surprised him. His stone hands remained steady as he calibrated the magical measuring tools, while Talia's spellwork activated each ingredient with precise flourishes. "The base needs to be perfectly balanced," he murmured, adjusting the flame beneath their enchanted cauldron. The kitchen seemed to hum in response to their synchronized movements, the ovens maintaining exact temperatures, magical whisks dancing through the air in perfect rhythm. A smile tugged at his lips as a bag of moon-blessed sugar floated past, trailing silver sparkles. "Your grandmother's recipe is starting to make sense. The moonlight's breath acts as a magical catalyst, but it needs a stabilizing element," Talia finished, her eyes lighting up. "That's where your stone crafting comes in." Tak nodded, already gathering his tools. He'd never attempted to merge traditional gargoyle crafting with culinary magic, but something about working beside Talia made impossible things feel natural. His hands moved with practiced precision as he shaped a serving vessel from raw stone, infusing each stroke with earth energy. Talia worked alongside him, adding delicate swirls of moonlight essence to the vessel's surface. Where their magic met, those now familiar golden highlights appeared, dancing across the stone like sunrise on polished iron. "The patterns," Tak observed, watching the light play across their creation. "They match the scroll's descriptions exactly." He could feel the resonance building between them, their magical signatures intertwining with increasing strength. A small tremor in Talia's hands caught his attention. The sustained precision work was clearly taking its toll. Without thinking, he stepped behind her, his larger hands steadying hers as they completed the final enchantment. The moment their skin touched, the nearby ingredients began to shimmer with increased magical potency. The kitchen's ambient lighting pulsed warmly, as if approving their connection. "Sorry," Talia whispered, but didn't pull away. "I didn't realize how much energy the moonlight binding would require." "Don't apologize." His voice came out rougher than intended, and he cleared his throat. "The combination is working better than we could have hoped." Look! Their finished vessel now glowed with a steady golden light, the merged magic settling into stable patterns across its surface. The ancient scroll had mentioned this phenomenon, a perfect balance between earth and moon magic, capable of containing even the most chaotic enchantments. Pico chose that moment to zip past, trailing salsa drops that somehow managed to spell out "just kiss already" before Smasher tackled him midair. The imps tumbled through a cloud of floating flour, creating a mess that should have been annoying but somehow only made Tack chuckle. "Those two are actually being helpful for once," he commented, nodding toward where the imps were now inadvertently testing the magical stability of their creation by bouncing off its protective field. The vessels containing their chaos, without a single crack. He realized he was still standing close to Talia, his hands resting lightly on her shoulders. The kitchen's warm glow seemed to intensify, matching the golden sparks that danced between them whenever their magic combined. For someone whose existence had always been defined by solidity and structure, this new feeling of possibility was both terrifying and exhilarating. Tack watched in fascination as Pico zipped around their creation, his fiery form casting dancing shadows across the kitchen walls. The salsa imp's flames adjusted with surprising precision, maintaining the exact temperature needed for their magical fusion. On the opposite side, Smasher's cool guacamole essence provided the perfect counterbalance, creating a stable thermal field that even Tack's most advanced stone crafting tools couldn't match. "They're actually working together," he murmured, unable to keep the amazement from his voice. The two imps, usually more interested in causing chaos than contributing to order, had fallen into a natural rhythm that mirrored his and Talia's own growing synchronicity. His hands moved steadily over the stone vessel, channeling earth magic into its crystalline structure. Where his energy met Talia's moonlight-infused baking spells, the surface transformed, no longer just enchanted stone but something entirely new. The patterns reminded him of the iron bands in his own skin, but softer somehow, flowing like ribbons of golden light beneath the surface. Talia's grandmother's recipe book hummed from its perch on the counter, its pages ruffling with approval as they layered each magical element. The ancient texts seemed to respond to their combined energy, glowing brighter whenever they achieved the perfect balance. "Ready for the final component?" Talia asked, her voice steady despite the magical strain showing in her slightly trembling hands. Tack nodded, meeting her eyes across the workspace. No further words were needed. They developed an understanding that went beyond verbal communication. He could read the determination in her posture, the slight tilt of her head that meant she was fully focused on their task. The kitchen fell silent, except for the gentle hum of their combined magic. Even Pico and Smasher stilled their movements, hovering attentively as Tack and Talia raised their hands in unison. His stone crafting energy flowed naturally now, merging with her moonlight enchantments in a display that would have seemed impossible just days ago. The final component, a blend of moonlight's breath spice and earth-blessed minerals, floated between them, awaiting their joint enchantment. Tack felt the familiar weight of his gargoyle magic gathering in his chest, but instead of its usual solitary strength, it seemed to reach out, seeking connection with Talia's power. Their magic met in the space between them, earth and moonlight intertwining around their creation. The vessel lifted slightly, suspended in a golden glow that matched exactly what they'd witnessed in the moonlit grove. Tack's chest tightened with pride as he observed their work, the perfect fusion of their abilities, more powerful than anything he'd achieved in centuries of solitary crafting. The container he'd prepared sat ready, its protective runes pulsing with anticipation. As they carefully transferred their creation, Tack couldn't help but notice how the magical signatures aligned perfectly with the stone vessel's enchantments. His crafting had always been precise, but working with Talia brought a fluidity to his magic that felt revolutionary. Through the kitchen windows, an ominous orange glow reflected off the buildings of Moonshadow Hollow. The queso monster's presence loomed like a molten reminder of their upcoming challenge. Tack's hands tightened instinctively around the container, his stone fingers tracing the protective runes he'd carved into its surface. Beside him, Talia secured the final binding spell, her magic weaving seamlessly with his stone crafting enchantments. The golden light of their creation pulsed steadily within its protective housing, ready for whatever came next. Pico and Smasher took up guard positions on either side of the container, their usually mischievous expressions replaced with determined focus. "The containment field is holding perfectly," Tack observed, monitoring the magical resonance. Years of experience with volatile enchantments had taught him to recognize stable spellwork, and this was something special. The way their different magical styles supported each other, creating something greater than the sum of its parts, defied everything he thought he knew about magical theory. A distant rumble shook the kitchen windows, causing the magical measuring tools to rattle in their holders. The queso monster's glow intensified, casting long shadows across their workspace. Tack felt Talia's shoulder brush against his stone arm as she stepped closer to examine their creation's response to the monster's presence. The contact sent a spark of magical resonance through him, making the golden light in their container pulse briefly brighter. Chapter 8: Salsa Showdown. Talia's hands trembled slightly as she gripped the ornate container, its golden light pulsing in rhythm with her racing heart. Beside her, Tack's solid presence radiated calm determination, his stone skin catching the last rays of sunset as they emerged into Moonshadow Square. The queso monster loomed ahead, its massive form casting long shadows across the cobblestones, molten cheese dripping between the cracks. "Ready?" Tack's deep voice held a gentleness that made her breath catch. "As I'll ever be." Talia managed a wobbly smile. "Though I still think we should have added more cinnamon to the binding spell." "Trust your instincts." His rough fingers brushed against hers on the container. "They haven't steered us wrong yet." The monster's glowing eyes fixed on them, drawn by their combined magical signature. Cheese bubbled and popped across its surface as it shifted, sending waves of spicy steam into the evening air. Talia fought the urge to sneeze, as jalapeno-scented magic tickled her nose. They moved in perfect sync toward the central fountain, their countless hours of practice evident in every step. The container hummed between them, their magic intertwining in delicate spirals of gold and silver. Talia could feel the power of their creation, part enchanted pastry, part stone-forged spice blend, and entirely experimental. "Incoming!" Zara's warning cry echoed from above as the queso monster charged, its gooey form stretching impossibly wide. Talia's fingers found the container's catches just as Tack's did. Their eyes met for a heartbeat, and she saw her own determination reflected in his steady gaze. Together, they lifted the lid. Golden light exploded upward, carrying with it the scent of moonflowers and warm earth. Their magical fusion dish rose into the air, a shimmering sphere of crystallized sugar and stone dust, infused with the ancient spice they'd discovered in her grandmother's recipe. Zara swooped low, her black wings casting a sharp shadow across the monster's face. It reared back with a gurgling roar, momentarily confused by the darkness passing over its light-sensitive form. "Now," Talia called, channeling her power into the floating sphere. Beside her, Tack's magic flowed like molten iron, merging perfectly with her moonlight essence. The sphere began to spin, releasing waves of harmonized energy that rippled through the square. Where their magic touched the monster, its chaotic form began to stabilize. The constant bubbling slowed, its surface taking on a more crystalline structure. But the creature fought back, sending globs of burning cheese their way. "Got your backs?" Pico zipped past Talia's ear, leaving a trail of salsa fire in his wake. The tiny imp spun in a tight circle, creating a barrier of flickering flames. Smasher rolled his avocado pit eyes. "Amateur hour. Watch and learn." He twirled like a miniature green tornado, weaving waves of cooling guacamole magic between Pico's flames. Protected by their impish guardians, Talia focused entirely on maintaining the delicate balance of their spell. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she poured more power into the sphere. Tack's energy wrapped around hers, supporting and amplifying her efforts. "It's working," she gasped as another wave of their combined magic struck the monster. More of its form crystallized, the chaos magic within it yielding to their carefully crafted counterspell. The monster thrashed, sending tremors through the cobblestones. But Talia held firm, drawing strength from Tak's unwavering presence and the steady rhythm they developed together. Their magic pulsed golden bright, filling the square with shimmering light as they continued their assault. Above them, Zara maintained her patrol, calling out warnings whenever the monster tried to outflank them. The Raven Shifter's sharp eyes missed nothing, helping them adjust their strategy with each passing moment. Pico and Smasher's barrier held strong, their usually competitive natures forgotten in the face of genuine danger. Their protective magic swirled in perfect counterpoint, creating a dome of spicy cool energy that deflected every molten projectile. "Keep going," Tak murmured, his voice rough with exertion. "We're getting through to its core." Talia nodded, too focused to speak. Their combined magic continued to pulse outward, each wave stronger than the last. The golden light grew brighter, and she could feel the ancient spice's power awakening within their creation, ready to deliver the final push they needed. Talia's heart thundered as Zara tucked her wings and plummeted from above, transforming the gentle evening breeze into a whirlwind of shifter magic. The raven's descent created a spiral of dark energy that wrapped around their golden spell, driving it deeper into the queso monster's molten core. The creature's yellow-orange eyes flickered, its confident glow dimming to an uncertain pulse. "Hold steady," Tak murmured, his stone hands warm and solid against her shoulders. Talia leaned back into his support, drawing strength from his unwavering presence as they poured more power into their creation. The ancient spice sang through their combined magic, weaving threads of golden light that spread like a glittering web across the monster's surface. Each strand of their magic hummed with perfect harmony, her moonlight essence dancing with his earth-forged power. The web tightened, pulling the creature toward the queso cauldron that sat ready at the fountain's edge. Talia felt a thrill of triumph as their trap began to work, though maintaining the delicate balance left her arms trembling with effort. "Little help here." Pico zipped around the monster's head, leaving trails of salsa fire that herded it closer to the cauldron. Smasher rolled his eyes but joined in, creating waves of cooling guacamole magic that further restricted the creature's movement. The monster thrashed against their magical bonds, sending waves of spicy steam into the air. But each desperate movement only served to spread their stabilizing energy further through its form. Talia watched in fascination as patches of its surface began to crystallize, the chaos magic yielding to their carefully crafted spell. The creature's massive bulk started to shrink, condensing inward as their power neutralized its wild energy. "It's working," she gasped, watching their golden web pulse brighter. Sweat trickled down her temple as she maintained the complex weave of spells. "Tak the cauldron. On it." His deep voice rumbled against her back as he shifted his focus, crafting magic flowing from his hands to reinforce the ancient vessel. The cauldron's runes blazed to life, responding to his touch. Zara swooped low, her wing briefly brushing Talia's cheek in passing. "Now's your chance, it's weakening." Drawing on her last reserves of strength, Talia channeled a surge of moonlight essence into their spell. The golden web constricted sharply, guiding the diminished monster toward the waiting cauldron. Their magic moved in perfect sync, Tak's earthen power providing the force while her moonlight essence sealed the paths of escape. The monster gave one final gurgling roar as it collapsed inward, its form compressing into a stream of stabilized queso that poured into the cauldron. Talia's hands moved instinctively, weaving sealing spells that merged seamlessly with Tak's crafting magic. The cauldron's runes flared brilliant blue, then settled into a steady glow. Silence fell over the square as the last traces of golden light faded from the air. The only sound was the gentle bubble of properly behaved queso within the cauldron. Talia remained frozen in place, her hands still clasped in Tak's, their magical auras pulsing in perfect rhythm. She could feel the steady beat of his heart against her back, grounding her in the moment of their shared triumph. The soft whisper of silk wings announced Mayor Brightspark's descent from her observation point. Sunlight broke through the clearing's steam, catching the iridescent shimmer of the mayor's wings as she approached the cauldron. Around the square, townspeople began emerging from doorways and behind overturned carts, their faces showing mixed relief and amazement. Tak's hand tightened around hers, and Talia squeezed back, sharing a moment of pure joy and accomplishment before they had to face the mayor's judgment. She felt the lingering connection of their magic, still humming in perfect harmony, and couldn't help but smile. Whatever came next, they'd face this challenge together and won. Mayor Brightspark circled the cauldron, her heels clicking against the cobblestones as she inspected their work. Pico and Smasher hovered nearby, for once united in anxious silence as they waited for her verdict. Zara perched on the fountain's edge in her raven form, preening her feathers with what Talia recognized as nervous energy. The mayor completed her circuit and turned to face them, her expression unreadable beneath her perfectly styled golden braids. Talia held her breath, suddenly very aware that she was still leaning against Tak's chest, their hands intertwined and covered in spice-infused magical residue. Tak stood beside Talia on the hastily assembled stage, his stone skin tingling with residual magic and something else, a warmth that had nothing to do with their recent battle. Mayor Brightspark approached with measured steps, her iridescent wings catching the evening light as her glittering heels tapped a steady rhythm against the cobblestones. The showdown trophy in her hands pulsed with magical energy, responding to the golden aura that still surrounded both him and Talia. "Would you look at that?" Talia whispered, nudging his arm. "We're literally glowing." He fought back a smile, keeping his expression stoic despite the joy bubbling up inside him. "That's what happens when you mix gargoyle magic with whatever chaos you call baking," says the guy who literally brought condiments to life. The mayor raised her hands, and the crowd's cheering swelled. Their combined magical signatures, his earthy stone magic and Talia's sweet crystalline power, sparked and swirled as Brightspark's own magic joined the mix. Brilliant fireworks erupted overhead, painting the square in swirling patterns of gold and silver. Tak couldn't help stealing glances at Talia. Her eyes reflected the magical display, dancing with the same fierce joy he'd seen when they'd finally contained the queso monster. A streak of flowers still dusted her cheek from their final cooking sprint, and he had to resist the urge to brush it away. "Woohoo! Victory dance time!" Pico's voice crackled like a campfire as he shot into the air, trailing sparks of salsa-tinged magic. "Amateur," Smasher scoffed, but the guacamole imp launched himself upward anyway, his tortilla chip wings catching the light. Their usual bickering transformed into an aerial ballet, streams of fire and swirling green energy painting patterns above the crowd's heads. "For once," Tak muttered, "they're not making things worse." "They're growing on you," Talia teased. "Admit it." "Like mold on cheese." A familiar caw drew their attention to a sleek raven perched on a nearby lamppost. Zara's transformation was fluid and graceful, her human form materializing mid-leap as she joined them on stage. Her silver-feathered jewelry caught the magical lights, creating miniature prisms that danced across her dark clothing as she wrapped Talia in a tight hug. "Not bad for a gargoyle and a baker," Zara said, shooting Tak a knowing look that made him want to cross his arms defensively. Mayor Brightspark cleared her throat, commanding attention with the subtle pulse of her magic. "Citizens of Moonshadow Hollow, I present this year's showdown champions. Their victory over the queso monster proved that true partnership can overcome any obstacle, even sentient dairy products." The crowd laughed, and Tak felt Talia's shoulder shake with suppressed giggles against his arm. The mayor held out the trophy, its surface rippling like liquid moonlight. "This enchanted prize," Brightspark continued, "will bind your magical signatures together in harmony. May it serve as a reminder that the best creations come from unexpected combinations." As Tak and Talia reached for the trophy together, their fingers brushed. The magical reaction was immediate. A warm golden light burst from the trophy and split into two streams. One raced toward Bewitched Bakes, the other toward his beloved taco truck. Both establishments began to glow with a soft, inviting radiance that perfectly matched their combined magical signature. "That's actually beautiful," Tak admitted, surprised by how right it looked, his practical stone-hewn aesthetic enhanced by touches of Talia's whimsical sparkle. A small cough interrupted the moment. Tak turned to find Elliot Sparkfoot hovering nearby, his usually spiky blue hair drooping like wet tissue paper. The sprite's mismatched clothing seemed less vibrant than usual, and his wings fluttered nervously. Elliot started then stopped, twisting his hands together. "I'm sorry. About the whole queso monster thing. And the sabotage." And calling you Taco that one time when I thought you couldn't hear me. Tak felt Talia's hand slip into his, her touch somehow both grounding and electrifying. He glanced down at her, seeing forgiveness in her smile, and felt his own anger soften. Just don't do it again, Tak growled, but there was no real heat in it. Or next time I'll let Pico and Smasher use you for target practice. The imps perked up at this suggestion, their elemental magic flickering with interest. No you won't, Talia said, squeezing his hand. But he might let me test my experimental recipes on you, Elliot. I've been working on some interesting combinations of ghost peppers and pixie dust. Elliot's eyes widened, and he nodded frantically before zipping away through the crowd, leaving a trail of glitter in his wake. Through the shifting crowd, Tak spotted Dorian's moss-patterned form gliding toward them. The dryad moved with his usual measured grace, carrying an intricately carved wooden tray that seemed to grow directly from his hands. Steam rose from 3 delicate cups, carrying hints of pine and moonflower. A special blend, Dorian announced, his leaf green eyes twinkling. For those who've learned to embrace the strength in their differences. He offered the first cup to Tak, who caught the earthy undertones mixing with something sweeter, just like his and Talia's magic. You knew this would happen, didn't you? Tak asked, remembering Dorian's cryptic advice about opening up to new possibilities. The dryad's bark-like skin rippled with please patterns. I merely observed what was already there, waiting to bloom. He handed Talia her cup, then took the third for himself. Like stone and sugar, seemingly opposite forces that create something stronger together. A golden glow caught Tak's attention. The cauldron containing the now docile queso monster pulsed with familiar warmth, matching the magical signature that still surrounded him and Talia. What had started as a threat had transformed into something almost beautiful. The molten cheese creature burbled contentedly, its formerly menacing form now swirling with the same harmonious patterns as their combined magic. Hard to believe that thing nearly destroyed the square, Tak muttered, unconsciously shifting closer to Talia. Ready to show them what we actually meant to create? Talia asked, her eyes bright with excitement. Tak nodded, feeling unusually nervous as they approached their display table. The piece they'd prepared before the queso monster interrupted, their true competition entry, waited under a shimming magical cover. With a gesture, they lifted the barrier together. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Their creation stood as a testament to their journey. A 3-tiered display where his stone-crafted platforms, usually solid and earthen, now caught the light like crystallized sugar. Delicate threads of moonlight traced through the mineral patterns, making the whole structure seem to float. Atop each tier, Talia's pastries showed their own transformation. Her usually ethereal creations now had a grounded presence, their delicate forms supported by threads of stone that looked like spun silver. The structural integrity is remarkable, Mayor Brightspark observed, leaning in to study the fusion of their crafts. Each element enhances the other, without overwhelming it. Tak felt a surge of pride, not just in the creation but in how far they'd come. He remembered their first disaster-filled practice session, how they'd fought against each other instead of working together. Now, watching Talia explain the magical theory behind their fusion to an enthralled audience, he couldn't imagine working with anyone else. The mayor raised her ceremonial wand, its crystal tip catching the evening light. Citizens of Moonshadow Hollow, I hereby declare Talia Ravenshade and Taconite Ironstone the winners of this year's showdown. Her wings spread wide, releasing a shower of iridescent sparkles that danced through the air like starlight. The magical lights throughout the square pulsed in response, their usual steady glow shifting to match the golden warmth of Tak and Talia's combined aura. The effect transformed the entire square into an enchanted dreamscape, with shadows and light playing across the cobblestones in mesmerizing patterns. Tak looked down at Talia, watching the magical lights play across her features. A smudge of flour still dusted her cheek, and without thinking, he finally gave in to the urge to brush it away. His stone fingers were gentle against her skin, and she leaned into his touch, her eyes meeting his with an intensity that made his breath catch. You've got a little moonlight right there, he murmured, his usual stoic demeanor crumbling under her gaze. Where? Talia asked, her voice soft despite the celebrating crowd around them. "Here," Tak said, and finally gave in to what he'd been wanting to do since their first successful practice session. He pulled her close, one hand cupping her cheek while the other settled at her waist and kissed her. The crowd's cheering seemed to fade away as Talia's arms wound around his neck. Their magic surged in response, creating a cocoon of golden light around them. Somewhere above, he heard a familiar caw followed by a distinctly human laugh, Zara no doubt enjoying her front row seat to this development, before the sound of wings announced her return to the celebration below. Pico and Smasher chose that moment to zoom past, their usual bickering temporarily suspended as they created a shower of complementary sparks, fiery red and cool green, that rained down around Tak and Talia like magical confetti. When they finally broke apart, Talia's eyes were shining with the same golden light that surrounded them. "Took you long enough, stone face," she teased, but her smile was radiant. "Had to make sure the timing was right," Tak replied, his usual gruff tone softened by the joy he couldn't quite hide. "Can't rush perfection." Chapter 9, Cheddar Together. Talia wiped her flour-dusted hands on her apron and stepped back to admire the transformation of bewitched bakes. The bakery practically hummed with combined magic, golden threads of moonlight essence weaving through the deep earthy resonance of Tak's stone enchantments. Her enchanted ovens purred like content cats, producing batch after batch of their victory celebration treats, delicate pastries infused with the perfect balance of her sweetness and his savory magic. "Your sugar crystal display cases really pop against my stone platters," Tak commented, adjusting one of his handcrafted serving trays. The iron bands in his skin caught the light as he moved, and Talia's heart did a little flip when he flashed her that rare, subtle smile. Who knew gargoyle craftsmanship would complement fairy-spun glass so well? She bumped his solid arm with her shoulder. "Though I guess we should have figured it out sooner, given how well everything else merged." Above them, Zara swooped past in raven form, executing a perfect barrel roll that had the children squealing with delight. She landed gracefully on her favorite windowsill, shifting back to human form with a dramatic flutter of feathers. "Speaking of perfect mergers," Zara drawled, "you two might want to tone down the googly eyes. You're making the pastries blush." "I don't make googly eyes," Tak grumbled, but Talia noticed his stone cheeks taking on a distinctly rosy tint. Near the counter, Mayor Brightspark's wings created a dazzling light show as she regaled a captive audience with her version of the queso monster battle. "And then, my dears, just when all seemed lost," her glowing brooch flashed dramatically. Our dynamic duo combined their powers in the most spectacular display of culinary magic this town has ever witnessed. "She's embellishing a bit," Talia whispered to Tak. "I distinctly remember more screaming and running, less heroic posing." "Speak for yourself." "I nailed my heroic poses." Their laughter was interrupted by a crash from the kitchen, followed by familiar bickering voices. "Dude, you're dripping into my perfectly calibrated salsa station." Pico's fiery form flickered with indignation. "Well, your heat is making me too soft," Smasher retorted, his chunky green form wobbling as he gestured with a tiny tortilla chip wing. "Some of us need to maintain optimal thickness." "Children," Talia called out, "play nice or no taste testing privileges." The imps immediately straightened up, returning to their duties with exaggerated professionalism. Pico circulated through the crowd, keeping dishes at the perfect temperature with careful puffs of his salsa-infused warmth. Meanwhile, Smasher conducted what he called quality control inspections of the guacamole, ensuring each bowl maintained his approved consistency. Dorian Blackroot glided between guests, offering cups of his special celebration tea. The moss patterns on his bark-like skin seemed to dance in the magical light, especially when he passed near displays where Talia and Tak's magic mingled most strongly. He caught Talia's eye and raised his own cup in a knowing toast. "Your grandmother would be proud," he said softly as he passed. "She always said the strongest magic comes from unexpected combinations." The mention of her grandmother made Talia's throat tight. She reached for the fairy-lit recipe book, now proudly displayed in a special case crafted by Tak. The mysterious Moonlight's Breath recipe that had helped them defeat the queso monster gleamed on its pages, no longer hidden but celebrated. A warm, solid presence appeared at her side. "You okay?" Tak asked, his deep voice gentle. "More than okay," she assured him, watching as their magical fairy lights, first prize in the Moonshadow Showdown, danced overhead, casting everyone in a warm golden glow. "Just thinking about how sometimes the best recipes aren't the ones we plan. Like accidentally creating feuding condiment imps? Or turning rivals into partners?" "Partners?" His eyebrow ridge lifted slightly. "Is that what we're calling it?" Before Talia could respond, Pico zoomed past with a fresh platter of their fusion tacos, delicate shells that were somehow both crispy and melt-in-your-mouth tender, filled with perfectly spiced fillings and topped with Talia's magical sweet heat sauce. "Less flirting, more serving," the salsa imp called out. "We've got hungry customers. And very particular quality standards to maintain," Smasher added primly, adjusting his tiny chef's hat. Talia laughed and grabbed a serving tray. The bakery's warm glow seemed to intensify, as if the very walls were celebrating with them. Everywhere she looked, she saw the beautiful result of their combined efforts, in the food, in the decor, in the happy faces of their guests. Even in the way Pico and Smasher had developed their odd couple routine, the imps were a perfect reflection of how opposing forces could create something unexpectedly wonderful. Talia couldn't help but smile as she watched the fairy-lit recipe book floating serenely in its new display case, a perfect blend of her magical glass and Tak's stone craftsmanship. The book's pages rippled gently, showing off the completed Moonlight's Breath recipe. Where once the text had been hidden, now it shimmered openly with intertwined strands of silver moonlight and deep earthen magic, drawing odd whispers from passing guests. "Is it true the recipe actually glows brighter during full moons?" Mrs. Thistledown asked, her fairy wings creating tiny rainbows as she peered closer. "And at midnight," Talia confirmed, watching golden sparkles dance across the pages. "Though honestly, it seems to have a mind of its own these days. Ever since Tak and I combined our magic, it's been more alive somehow." A flash of electric blue caught her attention. Elliot Sparkfoot, his spiky hair practically crackling with reformed chaos magic, was entertaining a group of children near the window. His hands wove intricate patterns in the air, creating miniature light shows that told the story of their victory over the queso monster. Talia noticed he'd made himself the comic relief in this version, his tiny light sprite self dramatically fleeing from cheese splashes while the children giggled. Who knew the town troublemaker had such a flair for entertainment? Zara materialized beside her, snatching a moonlight-infused eclair from a passing tray. "Though I'm still keeping an eye on him. Old habits and all that." "I think he just needed the right outlet," Talia said, watching Elliot's genuine smile as he made light sprites dance through his now brightened hair. "Sometimes people surprise you." Speaking of surprises, the steady stream of customers sampling their victory treats made her heart swell with pride. Each creation represented the perfect balance they'd finally achieved. Her delicate moonlit pastries served on Tak's specially crafted stone plates that somehow made the magical properties even more potent. A young witch bit into a stone-grilled churro dusted with her enchanted sugar, and Talia swore she saw actual stars in the girl's eyes. The queso cauldron, now safely contained and transformed into a beloved town monument, burbled contentedly from its special corner. Talia watched as children lined up to toss specially enchanted chips into its gently bubbling surface. Each chip created a controlled burst of cheese-scented sparkles, nothing like the chaos of the monster it had once spawned. The cauldron's warm glow seemed almost apologetic now, adding a cozy ambiance to the festivities. "Ms. Ravenshade," a tiny voice called out. "Can we have more of the sparkle chips? Pretty please?" "Coming right up," she promised, heading toward the kitchen. But before she could reach it, a warm stone hand caught her wrist. "Take a break," Tak said softly, pulling her toward a quiet corner. "Pico and Smasher have the kitchen under control." "That's what worries me," she teased, but let him lead her away. The moment they stepped into the alcove, their magical auras synced automatically, something that had been happening more and more lately. The nearby fairy lights blazed brighter, and the enchanted roses in their stone vases turned to face them like eager audience members. Even the bakery itself seemed to sigh contentedly around them, its magical foundations humming in harmony with their combined energy. "Show-offs," Tack muttered to the decorations, but Talia caught his pleased smile. "Says the gargoyle who spent 3 hours perfectly aging those display pedestals to match my vintage cake stands." 4 hours, he corrected, his iron-banded skin taking on that rosy tint she'd grown so fond of. Details matter. Before she could respond, Mayor Brightspark's magically amplified voice rang through the bakery. "Attention, everyone. Time for a toast." The mayor's wings created cascading rainbows as she raised her glass. "To our champions, whose unique partnership not only saved our town, but showed us all the magic that happens when we embrace unexpected combinations." Talia felt warmth flood her cheeks as every guest turned to beam at them. Through the window, she could see Stonefire tacos glowing with the same golden light that filled Bewitched Bakes, twin beacons of their combined magic. The sight of their two businesses shining in harmony made her breath catch. To Talia and Tack, the crowd cheered. Pico and Smasher zoomed out of the kitchen, carrying a special tray between them. On it sat 2 perfect portions of their signature fusion dessert, stone-grilled churro tacos drizzled with moonlight honey and topped with both salsa caramel and guacamole cream. "Your celebration bites, bosses," Smasher announced proudly. "Perfectly temperature-controlled," Pico added with a fiery wink. "And absolutely no fighting over who made the better topping," they finished in unison, though Talia noticed them elbowing each other as they flew away. The bakery's enchantments swirled around them, creating a small pocket of privacy as Tack handed her one of the churro tacos. Their fingers brushed, sending sparks of golden magic dancing through the air. Nearby, a batch of cupcakes spontaneously developed shimmering stone sugar crystals on their frosting. 2 unexpected combinations? Tack offered, holding up his churro taco. Talia laughed and raised hers to match. To showing off just a little? Around them, both their businesses continued to glow with that warm golden light, a permanent reminder that sometimes the most magical recipes weren't found in any book. They were created when opposite forces found their perfect balance. Tack wiped his stone hands on his apron for the 10th time, though they weren't actually sweaty, perks of being a gargoyle. Still, the nervous habit persisted as he adjusted the carved sign one more time. The polished stone gleamed in the evening light, its surface etched with intricate swirls that left spaces for magical illumination. He'd spent weeks perfecting each curve, making sure the design would complement both his earthy magic and Talia's more ethereal essence. "Come on, boss, it's perfect already." Pico zipped around his head, trailing wisps of spicy steam. "If you nudge it any more, you'll wear a groove in the counter." "The salsa imp has a point," Smasher drawled from his perch atop the magical grill, his guacamole form sprawled lazily across the warm surface. "And I don't say that often." Tack grunted, fighting the urge to shift the sign again. "You two could make yourselves useful, instead of providing commentary." "Already done." Pico dove behind the counter and emerged struggling with the detailed miniature of their proposed kitchen layout. Smasher floated over with his own model, this one showing the dining area. Together, they set them on the counter with surprising care. The magical grill hummed beneath his hands as Tack gave the workspace one final inspection. He transformed the truck's interior, replacing sections of the standard metal with crystalline surfaces that could channel both his stonecraft and Talia's baking magic. The adaptations had taken countless hours, but seeing how the surfaces caught the light made his chest tighten with pride. A familiar tingle of magic brushed against his senses, and Tack straightened. Talia approached the truck, her wild curls catching the sunset's glow. The moment she stepped into range, their magical signatures reached for each other like old friends. The expansion plans spread across his counter, lit up with that distinctive golden radiance they'd discovered during the showdown. "Oh!" Talia's gasp was pure delight as she took in the transformed space. Her eyes widened at the sign, fingers reaching out to trace the carved patterns. "Tack, this is beautiful." He cleared his throat, suddenly aware of how close she stood. The spaces between the stonework, they're designed to channel your moonlight essence. When you add your magic, it'll create a living pattern of light and shadow. Show her the rest. Pico bounced excitedly, nearly knocking over his miniature in the process. Tak caught himself smiling at the imp's enthusiasm. These are our initial plans, he explained, gesturing to the models. The idea is to merge our styles completely. Your baking station would flow naturally into my cooking area, with shared prep spaces in between. Talia leaned in to study the miniatures, her shoulder brushing his arm. The contact sent a pleasant shock through his stone skin. The imps helped design these? We're artists, Smasher declared, puffing up his chunky form. I personally ensured the aesthetic balance of warm and cool tones. He means he threw guacamole at everything until it stuck in interesting patterns, Pico stage whispered. While the imps bickered, Tak guided Talia around the truck's interior. Here, he said, placing his hand on one of the crystalline surfaces. These counters are infused with a blend of our magics. They'll amplify our natural abilities while cooking, letting us create true fusion dishes. The magical grill flared warmly as Talia ran her fingers along the crystal's edge. Like a permanent version of what we discovered during the showdown? Exactly. Tak's voice grew softer as he continued. I've been thinking about how well our styles complement each other. Your delicate touch with those moon-blessed pastries, my more grounded approach with the stone-fire tacos, together we could create something unique. He gestured to another modification, a specially crafted shelf system. These are designed to hold your enchanted baking sheets, while channeling my earth magic for stability. And over here, he moved to a corner workspace. This area can transform from a prep station to a cooling rack, using our combined magic to control the temperature perfectly. The golden glow around them intensified as Talia explored each feature, her magic harmonizing with his naturally. The sight made his stone heart beat faster, reminding him of how seamlessly they'd work together against the queso monster. You've really thought of everything, she murmured, turning back to face him. The magical light caught in her curls, creating a halo effect that made his breath catch. I wanted to show you the possibilities, Tak admitted. After everything we've been through, it seemed clear that we work better together than apart. Tak's own fingers brushed against Talia's as he spread out the enchanted blueprint, and the magical ink immediately responded. Golden lines shimmered across the parchment, revealing hidden passages and secret alcoves he'd designed into the layout. His breath caught as new details materialized, carefully planned spaces where they could experiment without interruption. These areas, he explained, tracing a glowing pathway, are shielded from magical interference. Perfect for developing new recipes without. He glanced at the imps, who were now attempting to recreate their miniature models with actual salsa and guacamole. Without helpful suggestions? Talia finished, her eyes twinkling. Exactly. The warmth in her voice made his usually cool stone skin heat slightly. He'd spent weeks incorporating these details, trying to merge their distinct styles into something entirely new. Working with you during the showdown, it changed things for me. Made me see possibilities I hadn't considered before. The evening sun slanted through his truck's window, catching the moonlight essence he'd carefully woven into the crystal countertops. Subtle crescents appeared in the stonework, a testament to hours spent studying her magical signature, trying to create a space that would welcome her essence as much as his own. I used to think stonecraft had to be rigid, unchanging. But your approach to magic. He ran a hand along one of the crystalline surfaces, watching it respond to his touch with a warm glow. It showed me how to find flexibility in structure, softness in strength. Pico zoomed over, leaving a trail of spicy sparkles. Boss got all poetic working on this. You should have seen him practicing his speech in the mirror. Thank you, Pico, Tak cut him off, though he couldn't entirely hide his smile. The salsa imp zipped away with a cheeky grin, narrowly avoiding Smasher's attempt to swat him with a guacamole-formed hand. Taking a deep breath, Tak turned to face Talia fully. His normally steady voice wavered slightly as he spoke. I've been thinking about making this arrangement permanent. A true partnership, combining stonefire tacos and bewitched bakes into something new. Something that's uniquely us. The magical implements around them seemed to still, creating a moment of perfect silence. Even the ever-chatty imps froze mid-squabble, watching intently. Tak's stone heart thundered in his chest as he waited for her response. Yes. Talia's voice rang with joy, and the effect was immediate. Their combined magic surged through the truck, transforming the entire space into a glowing masterpiece. Crystal surfaces blazed with golden light, while stone carvings came alive with swirling patterns of moonlight and earth magic. The magical grill hummed a happy tune, and the newly installed shelving system sprouted temporary crystalline flowers. Pico tumbled backward through the air, his fiery form flickering with surprise. Whoa! Even Smasher's usual sass failed him as he gaped at the display, his avocado pit eyes wide with wonder. The magical light show gradually settled, leaving behind a warm golden glow that perfectly matched the feeling expanding in Tak's chest. He looked down to find Talia's fingers had somehow become entwined with his, their magical signatures weaving together as naturally as their hands. We could call it stone and sugar, she suggested, her free hand already sketching possibilities in the air. Or maybe moonfire fusion. Enchanted stone bakes? Tak offered, enjoying how each suggestion made their combined magic pulse brighter. A shadow passed overhead, and they looked up to see Zara's sleek raven form circling the truck. She dropped something through the service window, a single moonflower in full bloom, before soaring away with an approving call. The flower landed perfectly between them, its petals gleaming with the same golden light as their intertwined magic. The imps immediately began arguing over who would get to be the official taste tester, their bickering providing a familiar soundtrack as Tak and Talia leaned closer together, already deep in discussion about menu possibilities and magical fusion techniques. Every few words, their magic would spark and swirl, creating tiny displays of their combined potential. Chapter 10: Taco Bout Love. Tracing the final constellation pattern into one of the floating lanterns, Tak infused it with a mixture of earth magic and the moonlight essence he'd carefully collected over the past week. The carved scenes along its surface, their first meeting at her bakery, the chaos of the queso monster battle, their victory embrace, caught the ethereal light and seemed to dance. He stepped back to survey the rooftop transformation. Stone-crafted tables emerged seamlessly from the floor, their surfaces inlaid with crystalline veins that pulsed softly with combined magic. The magical grill below sent up pleasant aromas, along with a gentle melody, a tune he'd spent days programming to harmonize with both their magical frequencies. A little to the left, boss? Pico called out, his tiny salsa form darting between enchanted candles, leaving trails of warm light in his wake. For once he was working in perfect sync with Smasher, who glided around adjusting the temperature with precise bursts of cool guacamole energy. The ambiance is actually perfect, Smasher admitted, his avocado pit eyes scanning the setup critically. And I never say that about anything. Thanks, Tak murmured, his attention already shifting to the small box in his pocket. His fingers brushed against the pendant inside, a piece that had taken weeks to craft, combining the strongest properties of his stone magic with specially carved chambers for her moonlight essence. The metal alloy had been tricky to work with, but worth it for how it would pulse with their shared golden glow when worn. Pico zoomed close to his ear. She's gonna love it, boss. We'll make ourselves scarce when... He was cut off by Smasher yanking him away by his fiery tail. Come on, Romeo, Smasher drawled. Let's let the grown-ups have their moment. The imps vanished in their usual swirl of salsa and guacamole, leaving behind a surprisingly peaceful silence. The floating lights he'd programmed began to move, and Tak's heart thundered in his stone chest. They were responding to Talia's approach, guiding her up the stairs just as he'd designed. He straightened his collar, smooth stone fingers catching slightly on the fabric. When she emerged onto the rooftop, the soft gasp that escaped her lips made his normally cool skin warm considerably. The entire space seemed to brighten, responding to their combined magical presence. The lanterns pulsed stronger, and the crystalline veins in his stone work began to shimmer with that familiar golden light. Tak, she breathed, taking in the transformed space. This is... Her eyes caught on one of the carved scenes in a nearby lantern, and her smile widened. Is that from when Pico first appeared? He nodded, pulling out her chair. I thought we should remember the moment our magic first created something unexpected together. The enchanted wind chimes he'd carved caught a gentle breeze, playing a melody that carried traces of both their magical signatures. As they enjoyed their fusion dishes, his signature tacos garnished with her crystallized moonflower sugar, her pastries served on plates that amplified their magical properties with his earthen energy, Tak watched Talia's eyes drift to the star patterns above them. He'd spent hours working with Mayor Brightspark to arrange this particular magical effect. These constellations, Talia said, wonder in her voice. They're the same as the symbols in my grandmother's recipe book. I noticed how they aligned with our combined magic during the showdown, he admitted. The mayor helped me recreate them here. He paused as steam rose from Dorian's special tea, forming misty images of their journey together, their first awkward attempts at cooperation, the moment they'd first produced that golden light, their triumphant stand against the queso monster. Reaching down, Tak pulled a small piece of stone from his pocket, separate from the pendant. This was something he'd been practicing with for weeks. Watch, he said softly, holding it out. The stone was rigid, all sharp angles and straight lines. This is how I used to think magic had to be. Structured. Unchanging. As Talia's magic brushed against it, the stone transformed, its edges softening into flowing curves that caught and held the light. You showed me a different way. The box containing the pendant seemed to pulse in his pocket, responding to the intensity of their combined magic in the air. When he finally drew it out, Talia's eyes widened in recognition of their shared magical signature, already emanating from within. Before he could open it, a dark shape swooped overhead. Zara, her raven form silhouetted against the stars, released a shower of moonlit feathers that drifted down around them before she disappeared into the night with a satisfied caw. As the feathers settled, Tak opened the box, revealing the pendant. It activated instantly, their combined magic filling it with that beautiful golden light they'd come to know so well. All around them, the magical implements hummed in harmony, creating a perfect backdrop as he held out his hand. Dance with me? Under the enchanted stars, with their magical auras in perfect sync, Tak held Talia close. The stone beneath their feet warmed with his joy, while her moonlight essence created softly glowing patterns that swirled around them. Their separate magics, like their hearts, now felt inseparable. The golden sunrise painted Moonshadow Square in warm hues, transforming the cobblestones into a patchwork of amber and rose. Talia breathed in the crisp morning air, savoring the peaceful moment before the town stirred to life. Beside her, Tak's stone fingers intertwined with hers, his touch radiating a familiar warmth that made her magical essence hum with contentment. Remember when you almost set my apron on fire right here? Talia tilted her head toward the spot where they'd first attempted to combine their magic. Their auras now synchronized effortlessly, creating a soft golden glow that danced around them. That was clearly Pico's fault. Tak's deep chuckle rumbled through his chest. Though I seem to recall your guacamole trying to eat my favorite spatula. The queso cauldron bubbled nearby, its newly polished surface catching the morning light. What had once been a source of chaos now served as a cherished monument, its gentle glow matching the combined magic emanating from the pendant at Talia's throat, and the construction signs for their joint venture. A whoosh of feathers announced Zara's arrival as she transformed mid-landing, her black hair settling perfectly while her silver feather earrings swayed. I knew you two would end up together the moment your magic first clashed, she said, violet eyes sparkling with mischief. The sparks were definitely not just from the burning apron. Oh hush, Talia laughed, but her cheeks warmed at the memory. As if on cue, Pico and Smasher emerged from their respective containers, launching into their morning routine. Salsa flames twisted and spiraled around waves of guacamole, creating an intricate dance that drew appreciative gasps from early rising townspeople. Show-offs, Smasher called out, even as he executed a perfect flip over Pico's flame spiral. Says the imp who practiced that move for 3 days straight, Pico shot back, his fiery hair flickering with amusement. Mayor Brightspark fluttered past, her wings casting rainbow reflections across the square. Her glowing brooch pulsed with approval, as she paused to inspect their display. Darlings, This energy is exactly what we need for next week's Twilight Taste Festival. Talia pulled her grandmother's recipe book from her bag, its pages now filled with their collaborative creations. Each recipe glowed with the unique signature of their combined magic, moonlight essence swirled through with deep earthen tones. Their latest creation, Moonstone Muffins, had somehow managed to capture the exact texture of Tak's signature stone grilled tortillas, while maintaining the delicate sweetness of her family's traditional pastries. Sometimes, Zara said, nudging Talia's shoulder, the best recipes require unexpected ingredients. Her feather accessories floated slightly as she smirked. Remember when you swore you'd never let anyone mess with your family recipes? That was before I knew stone magic could caramelize sugar so perfectly, Talia admitted, watching Tak's face soften at her words. The morning light caught their new business sign, making the letters shimmer and dance. Moonstone Munchies gleamed with both their magical signatures, the stone-crafted foundation wrapped in swirls of moonlight essence. The expansion would connect Bewitched Bakes to a permanent location for Stonefire Tacos, creating a space that celebrated both their styles. A blue blur zoomed past, resolving into Elliot Sparkfoot clutching a stack of permits. His spiky hair, while still chaotic, now sparkled with controlled magic rather than pure mischief. Your festival applications are approved, he called out, dropping the papers into Tak's outstretched hand. And I promise no cheese-related incidents this time. Better not be, Tak growled, but his eyes crinkled with amusement. Zara stretched her arms, feathers rippling across her skin as she prepared to shift. Just wait until you see what adventures come next, she teased, launching into the air. Her raven form executed a perfect loop, showering them with enchanted feathers that dissolved into tiny stars. Talia's hand drifted to the pendant at her throat, feeling its steady pulse matching both their heartbeats. The intricate piece combined a moonstone from her family's collection with a perfectly carved piece of Tak's own essence, creating something entirely new and uniquely theirs. Around them, the town's magic hummed in harmony with their combined energy. Early morning customers began drifting toward their temporary stand, drawn by the scent of fresh pastries and the sight of Tak's famous floating tacos. Pico and Smasher had settled into their usual spots, their bickering now punctuated by coordinated magical displays that delighted passing children. The sun crested fully over the eastern hills, bathing the square in brilliant light. Talia leaned into Tak's solid warmth, watching their shadows stretch across the cobblestones, a single silhouette outlined in golden light. Above them, Zara's knowing voice drifted down on the morning breeze. Some magic just needs the right moment to bloom. Thank you for listening. Please subscribe, like, and comment. I love hearing from you. You can also visit me at winvalentine.com to stay up to date.